Cool beans. Have fun, mate. If anything changes or any updates, I'll pop it in the Twitch chat and just keep you up to date, man. But I've never heard Keddy swear until today. Right, have fun, man.
Good evening, folks. Hello, hello, hello. It is I, Double O Raven, taking over for the night shift, Mr. John Wright, if you're unfortunate enough to know me IRL. Quite the action-packed adventure the drivers and the stewards, no doubt, have had over today's race so far. Stopping and starting, but we're 99 laps in, still 25 cars out on track. It is Rowdy Burns for the FRL Team Baller, currently running the 25th with Giannone for E-Tracks in 24th. We've got Damiano Barucco, the Italian job team. They're currently running in 23rd. I believe as well, just having a quick look, we've got quite a few pit stops being taken and just been taken. So the order we're running through now, subject to change. There it is, Chris Jones for the Eclipse Racing Esports car, with an FRL touch on the livery as well. We've got Theoden de Rohan as well, the Le Rohan Wolololo team. He might be one of the drivers running this event on his own, actually. Brave. 24-hour race on your own. Insane, in fact. Ignacio Lemay currently running in 19th with Bella Gadjian for Wesset Racing. They're 18th at the minute. It's Adwiser who find themselves 17th at the moment. Then Ribtech Racing with Sebastian Richter at the wheel in 16th. There's Skylar Loverink there in the Lamborghini. 15th position, no less. Marcel Kraus, the Dog Racing Germany team, then 14th with Daniel Morgenstern for Mission Spin Now. And that livery has worked perfect. 13th, we've got Ivan Gagarinov for the Garis 59, so that's just an in-game livery. But he is in 12th place. So this is one of the teams that were due to be running the Ferrari, and I don't believe, is that for position? It's not for position, that is a car being on lap, but yeah, they're running in the Aston, they're currently in 12th place. Then it's Alaman, another one of the Mission Spin Now Racing Esports cars. They're in the Merc, fastest car on track at the moment. These mixable conditions though, anything's possible. Eclipse Racing Esports have got themselves a car in the top 10. Sergio Osorio at the wheel there. Craig Hill for FRL. In the Mercedes in 9th place, it's Ryan O'Sullivan for Big Brain Racing, who's going to have to use some big brain strats here because he's actually coming under some serious pressure from the Mercedes behind him. And I say serious pressure, that's a side-by-side down into the boot complex. He's going to sail this one right round the outside potentially. The curb at the bottom could be saving grace here if it rebalances the car, and it's the Aston on the inside that is going to hold on to this one. Oh, he's not, because the Mercedes way later on the brakes there, and look at that move done right through the middle of the boot section of the course, and that is a beautiful overtake there by the Mercedes. Craig Hill up to 8th position, and I did see these positions were up for change due to the pit stops. The drivers on track getting more overtakes done as we go. Sean Worley, another Wesset Racing car, he's in 7th with Bellotti for Astro Racing Team in 6th position. Matt Redfern, Big Brain Racing's other car, that was the Porsche we saw putting a lap in, so he wasn't unlapping himself, he was actually lapping. Joss Van Dyke, I wonder if there's any relation to Virgil. He's in 4th position at the minute. Then it is Thomas Lanier, the GTR Masters team, the endurance section, they're in 3rd place. There we go. Hey Dale, how we doing? Good evening in the chat. Hello, hello. Sorry, just thought to look up there. How is everyone doing in the chat? Have you guys been enjoying the event so far? Certainly not been without its talking points, that is for sure. As I say, Lanny, though, the GTR Masters team, they're in 3rd. It's Mick Schultz, Mission Spin Now. their third car in second position. And Fulvio Depolito, the Lime Racing team, they were due to be racing the Problem this evening, but they've switched to the Aston Martin. And it's safe to say that they've hit the ground running. 101 laps in, and they find themselves with an extremely healthy gap up there at the front of the field. One of the joys of endurance racing, you definitely at this stage you want to find yourself into some kind of flow, and the drivers clearly having some issues with that because the track conditions have been so changeable. At the moment, no rain falling from the sky, so they'll be looking to make the most of this stint. Try to potentially make up some positions. I did hear, was it Rob that was in the chat saying they were looking to get themselves back up in position. Baruco is in the pits into the bus stop chicane. What a corner this is. And barely a piece of tarmac touched by any virtual tyre as they make their way through. They're riding over those curves. But Gajan at the minute looking very quick indeed. So the drivers are all going to be finding this interesting as well. Not only did we have problems with the start of the race, of course the 1.9 update dropped on Wednesday. Brand new tyre pressure range, although it has been increased 26 to 27 in the dry. The wet will be interesting. I did see in the chat 28 degrees is what they were looking at. 28 psi, I apologise, 28 psi for the wet tyres, or at least dries in the wet. But at the moment, as we can see, it is very much a dry track at the moment, as we see no precipitation falling from the sky. So it will be lap after lap at the moment, doing everything they can. Definitely going to make it a bit easier for the drivers and teams that have switched from the Ferrari. One thing getting a setup done, they're trying to get another one for in the wet as well. But that's certainly with changeable weather, they were definitely going to need to have got one done. We'll find out just how well they did. Schultz at the minute on an absolute flyer of a lap, in fact. So the track really is finding some grip, and the driver's certainly finding some grip now, which I'm sure they'll be grateful for. The weather could see some more rain, but it should be dry for a considerable amount of time now. So we'll see which teams have got the best running in them. Craig Hill is where I was looking for. He is on an absolute flyer at the minute. We saw him get past O'Sullivan relatively quickly. He's got Warby just ahead of him. These two cars slightly out of position with the pit stops. Craig Hill most recently being in. Sean Worley still to come in towards the end of this stint. But certainly Hill absolutely flying at the moment for Team FRL. Well inside the top 10 at the minute and really applying pressure to that Porsche. Still suffering a bit in straight line speed does the Porsche. The Mercedes certainly doesn't suffer when it gets to the top end. And yeah, with the new update as well, the Mercedes used to have a big advantage over most of the other cars as it could glide over the curves quite easily. From personal experience, every car now glides over the curves fairly easily. They were, safe to say the curves were monstrously high. Marjan, oh yeah, we just saw your name on screen. One of the Bentley drivers. How was the race gone for you? Which Bentley are you in, my good man? Are you up with Van Dyke? Yeah, because that is the only Bentley. It is indeed, so there we go. Marjan. Currently running in fourth. The Bentley used to be an absolute staple on endurance racing. They would just, anytime you did an endurance race, you would find the vast majority of cars were in fact Bentleys because of that petrol tank. It was nerfed a while back. And now they're a fairly rare sight. There's Ivan Gagarinov. I think he's just got an overtake done, in fact. Oh, as Loverink is coming into the pits, that's what's happening. So Loverink coming in to the pits, he's got 5 seconds to serve for a penalty as well. So that's him coming to the end of his stint. Let me just see how up to date that is. 25th. Yeah, so Sean Worley, he's managed to fend off the Mercedes at the moment. He did come into the pits. He came in the pits before Hill actually, so Hill really is pushing it. This is Hill's second stint in the car. Took the opening stint, and he is certainly looking to refine the pace that he had early doors. Mostly greasy conditions when he was out earlier, and he really is taking to these dry conditions. He pops one up the inside. It's going to be an overtake. There is going to be a blue flag through there as well. The Porsche looking for a cutback, which is going to give him the outside line down the hill. Oh, and we've got an Aston Martin just slightly getting wayward there. Perhaps listening too much to the commentator, and did say it was slightly easier to go over the curves. It's not completely all forgiving. Another car blue flagged quickly out the way there as the battle continues between Hill and Worley for 7th position, but Hill looking very comfortably in front, and he is very quickly making his way back through the field. It's Bellotti he's got ahead of him, and judging by this, I'm just having a look at Bellotti's previous pit stop. Or at least I think I am. Where is it on the board? Oh, there we go. Okay, so he pitted exactly the same time as Hill, in fact. Right, okay, so yeah, so Hill and Bellotti are in a straight-up race at the moment. Warby certainly found wanting there against the Mercedes in the Porsche. Hill now charging. We'll see if he can close in any on Bellotti over this stint. The two of them should be pitting again at the same time, so I'm sure his target will be to close up on him. Gajan in 17th. Still looking very quick as well. He's got Richter just ahead of it. In fact, he's just gone past Siliev, I believe. Yeah, here he is here making the move for Wesset Racing. It is Siliev that he's up against. Oh, Siliev just runs a bit wide there, leaves the door open, and that is a no-brainer there for the McLaren. Beautiful grip in the middle of the boot section there, and as you can see up the hill, the McLaren already showing a clean pair of exhaust tips to the driver behind, and that is a good gain in position there for Gajan. Given his current pit strategy as well, that was an overtake he definitely wanted to get himself done. Lovrenk with that extra pit stop for the damage, of course, early doors, but he's still looking good in the Lamborghini. Van Dijk in the top 5, the most recent car to have taken their pit stop, and he's got a good time. He's only 1.4 seconds behind Lanier, so again he's well within striking distance of getting himself a good solid run at a podium position. He's done 5 less laps on this stint than Lanier does. If he can keep this gap. Oh, speeding in the pit lane. Oh, that is savage. Ignacio Lemay for the GMI Sim Racing team, speeding in the pit lane. And that was a very quick pit stop he took as well. That was purely to clear a stint timer. And that has given him the ultimate penalty stop go at 30 seconds. Off the top of my head, I can't remember which one's which. I know you get a stop. Is it a stop go for speeding on the way in and a stop go 30 seconds for speeding on the way out of the pits? I really do need to take a note of that, but it's one of those things, you know, when you remember something and you get it the wrong way round once and then you start correcting yourself forever. Yeah, doesn't do well. Warby back in the pits. That's an early pit stop for Warby then. He's not long been in the pits. That's not a long stint at all for the Wesset Racing car. Doesn't seem to be carrying any damage either. Oh no, there is just a nice pit out now. So yeah, so Warby coming into the pits. That is a bit of a surprise. He's not done many laps, 16 laps. So that's about half a stint. So I wonder if that's purely about clearing the stint timer. But he's going to drop positions for that one. Margin, we were driving the Ferrari originally, right? Okay. We had to choose another. Chose the Bentley for the memes. Superb. A bit, but also because it drives quite nicely. It does. It is a good car. It is amazing when you think about it, the sheer size of the Bentley. You could put an Olympic swimming pool in there. And yeah, the way it handles an attack. And I tell you what, your teammate Van Dijk and yourself, he's already got the overtake done there, so I've missed that one. But I did say he would be looking to get himself within distance of Lanier before the pit stops, and that has worked absolutely beautifully. So he's got himself ahead, and he's got an extra at least 5 laps on Lanier as well before he has to pit again. So the strategy really is working well. They're on the same strategy at the moment as the race leader. Max Schultz could be looking, Mick Schultz, sorry, could be looking over his shoulder sooner rather than later as well, given his pit strategy. He's already been out for 17 laps, as opposed to Van Dijk, who's only been out for 8 at the moment. Loverink in the pits, LeMay coming in to serve his pit stop, and Siliev there in 17th position. Yevgeny, he's caught up to the back of Gadjan. Sorry, Gadjan's just got that overtake done there in the McLaren. Siliev certainly hanging on at the back. Go, 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 Dog Racing Germany. Car number 19, that is Mick Kraus. Marcel Kraus, sorry, no, it's Mick Schultz. I'm getting confused with. They're both driving Porsches. Hurrah! There's Marcel Kraus there for the Dog Racing Germany team. There is Reidar Felgen coming out in the Lamborghini. There's a stop go cleared. LeMay coming straight in to get that stop go 30-second penalty. Back out now. Let me see. Matt Redfern in the Porsche then, 5th position. Who was it I was looking at that just most recently came into the pits? Worley, car 25. Yeah, Sean Worley. So that was a very quick pit stop as well, 1 minute 19. So yeah, I'm wondering if that was more about clearing a stint timer rather than actually getting a pit stop. It has seen him come back out outside of the top 10 though. Lanier not long been overtaken, but he's certainly putting in the laps that he needs to try and keep up with the driver ahead. But Van Dijk in the Bentley, absolutely on a charge through this phase. And again, he's got quite a few laps in hand over Schultz ahead. Schultz going to be pitting a lot earlier. And in fact, he's going to be out longer than the race leader as well. Just trying to get confirmation on that overall gap. Yeah, so he's only 8 seconds now, so he is quicker than Schultz at the moment. And he is definitely closing in. Is he going to catch up and get himself into second before the pit stop? I think at the distance he's at, as soon as Schultz does come into the pits, which again is going to be about 9 laps earlier, that pit stop is, the position is definitely going to be taken. Van Dijk now within 7.8. He is destroying that gap. Yevgeny Siliev, he's definitely not giving up on the position is. We see him in the slipstream. The McLaren stays on the inside line. They're going to be side by side. Oh, he's right round the outside. Throws the Aston, just about holds on to the back of the car. You can hear those tyres absolutely squealing as they search for a grip there with the lateral motion of the Aston over that exit curve. Throws it through there though, and gets that position very convincingly done against Belagagian for the Wesset Racing team. So Siliev in the Aston Martin up into 15th position then. Another driver on a bit of a charge then. Lanier now finds himself 2.5 seconds down on Van Dijk, who's still 7.6 seconds behind Schultz. Still got about 20 laps left of his stint to close in though. And if you look at the lap times, I think Schultz hit a lot of traffic on that last lap, because that is a 2-second difference. And in fact, his lap that he's just finished there, 1 minute 48.4. So almost, in fact, over a second slower than his current, than the team's current fastest lap. Let's see what Van Dijk does across the line. Track map doesn't seem to be coming on. But his previous lap was a 47.4, so yeah, on the last 2 laps he has been considerably quicker than Schultz. And there's Osario, another top 10 car coming in. Again, that seems slightly earlier. I wonder if the drivers are having some issues potentially with the tyres as well. Obviously the new physics, but the changeable conditions have certainly made it interesting. This would be the driest the track's been for the entirety of the feature race, as we are officially calling this part of the race. I'm just having a look. Sorry, my pit wall live is running particularly slowly. Yeah, but again, he's only done 16 laps, so that's another driver coming in pretty much halfway through a stint. The normal stints we're looking at roughly 33, 32, 30 laps, 34 laps. Some of the drivers have pushed it to, but the average seems to be 30, 31 laps. So coming in at 16, it certainly seems to be a bit quick, but again, with the changeable conditions and the new tyre physics, some of the drivers, yeah, a bit of a baptism of fire. As we can see, Di Polito, race leader, blue flagging past another car. And Van Dijk, let's just get an update on where he is. 7 seconds, so he's found another half a second on Schultz then. If he keeps this going, he is going to be on his rear bumper just as Schultz is looking to come in and take his pit stop. Roughly 10 laps for Schultz to come in. Oh, well, actually, no, he could get to within 2 seconds if he keeps up this pace. And Warby as well has just been back into the pits again. So I definitely feel like something is ailing the Porsche, because that is... Oh no, sorry, he's not just come back out the pits. I don't know why that flashed up there, it's now disappeared, but there we go. Lovering it as well. He's just come into the pits. He's swapped over to Felgen. We've also got... Oh, Jan Barth is now out on track as well. He's taken over from Yannick Petsch in the 934. So Jan Barth now out on track as well. There he is there for the Advisor Racing team. 7:39 PM local in-game time. And we can see the light absolutely dimming. It's going to be a long stint in darkness, so just as the drivers are getting themselves a dry track, they're now getting themselves a dark track as well. I'm sure Watkins is equipped for endurance racing, unlike Laguna Seca and a couple other American tracks, so there should be decent facilities for the drivers to be able to see at this time of night. Belotti within a second. Now with Redfern just ahead. Redfern not long out of the pits. Belotti's going to have a pit stop. Let me see. Oh no, Redfern and Belotti, sorry, both are on pitted at exactly the same time. They're on exactly the same lap, 16 laps into their stint, 2 less than Lanier ahead of them. Lanier losing time to Van Dijk, and I think that is because Van Dijk has absolutely got the bit between his teeth. 5.8 seconds now is that gap, so he really does fancy catching the Porsche before the pit stops. 4.9 seconds. Let's just jump on board and enjoy some shots of the Bentley making their way. As I say, a bit of a rare commodity in the endurance racing these days in ACC. It used to be all you would see in an endurance race. 40 car field, there would be 38 Bentleys and me and a Ferrari. But at the moment, with the equalisation of petrol tanks and the like, it's not often you see the Bentley, but it's been put to good use here. 4.5 seconds now for Van Dijk. And it is good to see Di Polito, as James mentioned, and Van Dijk, the car that we're on board with at the moment. Both of these teams were due to drive the problem car this evening. And they have changed the last minute, and it really has not done them too many disservices. Belotti right on the back of Redfern there. In fact, I'm not sure if Redfern had himself a bit of a wiggle there. Let's just jump on board. and see what's happened there. This is into turn number 1 then, so there's a big difference between them. Okay, some blue flag traffic ahead. That's the big brain Porsche. Ooh, now I tell you, that's right on the edge of the track limits here for turn number 1. So he's caught right up to the back of Redfern. Wow, yeah, so something happened to Redfern on the way up the hill. Oh, and that is some big avoiding action there by Bellotti. So Redfern, yeah, didn't get the exit from turn number 1 there, and Bellotti really did close that gap. So Redfern's going to have to be on the ball for the rest of this stint if he's going to fend off the very quick Porsche behind him. This is Van Dijk that we're back on board with now, 4.1 seconds, so he is closing in. Bellotti still all over the back of Redfern as well. Up the hill, that is a blue flag car they've got just ahead of them. And you see it again. Bellotti, look at the extra pace that Aston Martin's got over the Porsche. They're going to be side by side on their way into the bus stop, but Aston pulls in front comfortably before they get to the braking zone, and that is position done. Tail is old as time, this one. The Porsche outgunned in a straight line. The deficit massively on display there, and Domenico Bellotti for the Astro Racing Team, 5th position. We'll see him closing in on Lanier then. Lanier is still dropping time to Van Dijk, but that is because Van Dijk, he's not so much losing time as Van Dijk is simply gaining time. Now under 4 seconds between him and Schultz, 3.5 seconds. The definite deficit between him and Schultz. Schultz 24 laps in, so he's got roughly 7 laps before we're going to see him come back in. My guesstimate was going to be Van Dijk was going to get within 2 seconds. He's going to get a lot closer than that by the look of it. Redfern coming right back at Bellotti. Here's what I'm looking for. There we go. This is the last corner. I know, again, Aston Martin gets a phenomenal exit there. Charges down towards turn number 1. Do have a blue flag ahead of him. Of course, one of the many joys. Oh, Jan Bath. Let's have a look at that. Don't forget about that. And yeah, blue flag traffic can certainly work in your. It can be a detriment, or it can be used to benefit your cause. But it is one of the many alluring features to endurance racing. Burns is now out in the 999 car. So Burns back out on track, just noticed that as well. Oh no, he's double stinting, sorry. That's his 3rd straight stint, yes. So he is still out. Luciano Valli actually, he's had a double pit stop very recently as well. So is LeMay, that was obviously for the stop in 30 seconds. DePolito is still in the charge up at the front. And have I just missed an overtake because I was looking at the telemetry? Yes, I have. Oh, sailed it absolutely around the outside. Yeah, beautiful move there by Barth. Didn't waste much time at all. And that is him up to 19th position. Let's bring that to there. So I can actually read it. Perfect. So DePolito then, 19 laps he's been out. Schultz has been out for 25. And Van Dijk has been out for 16. Lanier's coming to the end. Lanier, 21 laps he's been out with Bellotti just behind him. He's on exactly the same strategy as Matt Redfern. The 2 cars that we saw battling. And in fact, they've got another car just behind them. That is a blue flag as well. That for some reason isn't shown on. Oh yeah, car 2 or 3. Oh, so it's actually Morgenstern then, in 9th place. There we go, he's just come out for the Mission Spin Now team as well. So that is the Porsche. That is just behind. He is a lap down as well. Van Dijk is absolutely on fire at the moment. 1.5 seconds he is now behind Schultz. So my prediction of getting to within 2 laps by the time Schultz pits, completely out the window. Schultz got another 5 laps minimum based on his team's previous stint times. So he is definitely going to be coming under some pressure. Oh, and that looked wide again. The drivers really are pushing those track limits. Definitely don't want to be doing that too often. And is that Schultz just ahead? It is indeed. So Schultz, there is a back marker just in between them. Depolito still comfortably out in front. Van Dijk now within that 1 second mark. Redfern as well. Since the phenomenal overtake by Bellotti, Redfern certainly hasn't let go of the back of the car ahead. There we see into turn number 1. Aston again getting a good breakaway out of turn number 1, but Redfern through the twistier part of the track managing to hang with them. 1.3 seconds. So he is losing a little bit of time, but not much. So the Big Brain racing team is certainly doing what they advertise. The Big Brain Strats in the outgun Porsche. Keeping them in touch with Bellotti ahead. Van Dijk 1.1 seconds now. That's the first time we've seen the time go in the opposite direction. That was Jones, he's just gone past there. Chris Jones in 18th for FRL. Let me just check actually. Right, no one in the interview box. There we go. Right, still watching Van Dijk now within 6/10. You think this is pretty much going to be job done as soon as he gets the opportunity. The Porsche is again outgunned in a straight line, and the Bentley looks like he's about to get this overtake done. You would think it's going to be done on the exit to the last corner into turn number 1. The potential for a side-by-side definitely there. Van Dijk and his team switched from the Ferrari. Oh, up the inside, didn't even take to the... done even quicker. The Porsche not putting on a massive defensive display there. Considering how quickly Van Dijk's been closing, you would think that was a sensible thing. Just let him through, worry about running your own race. Lanyon now 6.3 seconds down on Schultz. Can his BMW close in on Schultz before he comes in to take that pit stop? He's going to be in about 4 laps time, maybe slightly sooner, but that is Jos Van Dijk up to 2nd position. So phenomenal stint from him so far. Absolutely carved his way through the field. He's made up 3 positions since he got out the pits, and yeah, we're keeping an eye on the lap times. He's only about half a second a lap slower than Depolito. So Depolito will maintain the lead going into the next pit stop. It's a case of, can Schultz get himself in front of Depolito while Depolito's in the pits? Schultz, sorry, not Schultz, Van Dijk. He is going to be out for an extra couple of laps potentially. Schultz on 28 laps in this stint, Depolito 21. And Van Dijk 19 laps in. There is Radar Felgen in the Lamborghini. His car's clocked the fastest lap of the race so far, so that is the time starting to tumble. 1:45.2 on his previous lap then, so the track really starting to come to the drivers. No more greasy conditions. And that is the quick times starting to come in. 1:45.2 for Felgen. And he is all over the back of Siliev then. Yevgeny got a good overtake on Gadjin earlier. Gadjin's dropped down a bit after that overtake. He was keeping in touch with Gadjin ahead of him. Sorry, with Siliev and Felgen ahead of him. Not anymore. Oh, and up the inside. Beautiful move up the hill by the Lamborghini. Gets it done on the brakes with the grip. Has a bit of a wiggle on the exit. But again, another move being made through the boot complex, and that is Siliev then. Now down into 16th position, and Felgen in the Lambo. They've got themselves up into 15th. Currently the fastest car on the track as well. Mick Schultz still within a second of Van Dijk. That may well change as we cross the line. Let's just see how that gap is evolving. How is it going for car 331? That is actually Alex Zagdal for ERS. We haven't popped in to see the ERS car in quite a while. Now I think about it, car 331. Yeah, it's been going okay. It's been a mixed bag of events. They did have to take an extra pit stop fairly early doors, and their last stint there with Osorio behind the wheel was only 16 laps long, whereas the average stint we're finding is about 31 laps. So I think they might have had some kind of issue, but the track is drying out for the first time in the race. It's been raining on and off, which has led to mixed greasy conditions for the drivers to deal with, but at the moment, as you can see, the track is definitely drying. It's not even drying, it is dry. The curbs are dry. There's no precipitation falling from the sky, and the lap times are starting to tumble, with the 1:45.2 just been clocked, and I expect that to drop even further as these stints continue. So yeah, they're currently running 13th position. Certainly got the potential to get themselves into the top 10 with the drivers that they've got. All is down to the tyres. With the new 1.9 update being released, of course they broke my beloved Ferrari. Thanks very much for that, kudos. But all new tyre physics as well. So for a lot of drivers and a lot of teams, this is very much going to be driving by the seat of the pants to see what happens with the tyres come the end of the stint. Personally, massively interested to get some data from the Honda teams. Look at Giannone, he's in for E-Tracks. The Honda, one of these cars, absolutely infamous for its tyre life falling off the edge of a cliff come the end of a stint. So it'll be interesting to find out from some of the drivers in the Honda if that is still the case. There's Burns coming in for FRL Team Baller. Siliev in 16th position, still hanging on at the back of Felgen after Felgen getting that overtake done. His previous lap getting the overtake is second down, but he still does have the fastest lap, 45.2. Craig Hill, who we've seen on an absolute charge since he took over the car, he's got himself a couple of good overtakes, and his lap times certainly improving as well. The last lap was, it says it was quicker than his best, potentially invalid, but yeah, he's certainly finding some pace now. 8th place there with Alleman just ahead of him. Van Dijk really feeling the pressure, Schultz starting to feel the pressure now. Oh, and Giannone has been disqualified for speeding in the pit lane. Wow. Pending penalties cleared. Yeah, there we go. Excellent. The stewards on the ball once again. Craig Townsend closing in on Warby. That extra pit stop for Warby again. Guesstimation would say it had to do with something with the tyres and the drying out track. And yeah, so there's what I was watching. Sorry, yeah, Mick Schultz. He's Lanye 2.4 seconds behind. So that just goes to show you the pace that Van Dijk has got in that Bentley. Absolutely flying. He is stretching that gap out to Schultz. He caught up to Schultz and Lanye both pretty quickly. Lanye now closing in on Schultz. Schultz is coming to the end of his stint, so that's 31 laps he's been out. The longest stint they've done in that car so far, 33 laps. So you would say another lap or two tops for Schultz. So Lanya will get promoted up to 3rd position. Townsend 11th place. And has he just got the move done on Warby? I believe he has. Yes, he has indeed. So Warby with the extra pit stop. That is turn number 1. Ooh, has a bit of a wiggle there. Oh no, sorry, that's not turn number 1. That's the penultimate corners. But yeah, that is a move done there by Townsend then. So Warby, that extra pit stop. The car, I'm not sure what's going on. They seem to have dropped a lot of pace over the last couple of stints. I thought it was a tyre issue. That's why they had the extra pit stop. But at the moment, they are hemorrhaging pace and positions. Let's see what Van Dijk's saying to up at the front. 4.3 seconds ahead of Schultz then. So maintaining and increasing that gap. Lanye now within 1.8. Warby hanging on to the back of Townsend. Can Lanye get past Schultz before Schultz comes in? I think there's Schultz coming in now. I was about to say that's probably going to be the end of his stint, and it is indeed. Schultz into pits. Lanye then up into 3rd. He has got about 8 laps left of his stint. No, he doesn't. 4 laps left of his stint, sorry. It is. Van Dijk got a few laps left. Deepolito 26 laps. Yeah, so Van Dijk. Schultz in the pit. I think is Bellotti going to get caught up there as well? I think he is. But he may well be coming at the pits. Oh no, he's got another 5 laps to go in fact. So yeah, will he sneak himself? Yes, Schultz is in pit box 1, but Bellotti is going to take that position as well. So we're going to see more overtaking action when they get their pit stop done. Warby still within half a second at Townsend. Van Dijk. That is Craig Hill. He has just lapped, so that's 8th place. Felgen still with the holder at the fastest lap. Van Dijk still trying to close in on Deepolito. The Deepolito is definitely the faster of the two. He's just done a personal best lap of a 46.3, which is half a second quicker than Van Dijk's fastest lap. And on that previous lap, he was half a second quicker. So Van Dijk may have caught up and screamed past the rest of the field, but Deepolito is going to be another story entirely. In fact, there's Marcel Kraus for the Dog Racing Germany team. He is now closing up on Warby as well. So Warby, like I say, since he came into the pits and pretty much bang on an hour ago, 31 laps ago, the car definitely down on pace and hemorrhaging positions, and it is Marcel Kraus for Dog Racing Germany looking to pile the pressure on and take another position. He's looking for 11th place here, and it is Porsche v Porsche, so at least Warby not outgunned in a straight line as he is against most of the other cars. Straight fight between the same manufacturers. Lanya now 7.5 down on Van Dijk. Van Dijk really is flying. He's just done a 1 minute 47.8. Deepolito's done a 47.0. So he is still increasing that gap very comfortably indeed. Kraus is close as well though. Let's keep an eye on this one. Oh, Morgenstern and Townsend. So Morgenstern then, has he got himself ahead of Townsend? Yeah, he has. He'd already got the overtake done there. Oh, this is Townsend coming back at him. Right back up the inside. Beautiful move there by Townsend to get himself that 9th position back again. Him and Morgenstern trading positions through the final sector. And in turn number 1, that is comfortably done there for Morgenstern. Warby still under pressure while applying the pressure. He's trying to get himself a move done on Morgenstern ahead. The 3 Porsches now battling out with Kraus at the rear of the 3. Oh, and there's Warby just run wide. Warby down into the boot section. Not 100% sure what happened there. Did he miss his brake? So here he comes into the bus stop. Over the curves, as you can see, the new 1.9 physics really are quite forgiving on the curves compared to previous iterations of the game. Warby down into the boot section. Oh, yep, he's just run out of grip, had a bit of a wiggle, and there goes the Porsche, which wasn't visible in the rearview mirror for some reason. Well, that is Marcel Kraus then, got that done a bit easier than we'd have anticipated. Warby down another position then. Dipolito still leading the way. He's now 28 laps into his stint. Lania looks like he's coming at the end of his stint in 3rd place. Now 8 seconds down on Van Dijk. So the Bentley, absolutely phenomenal drive by the Bentley, but I think it just accentuates what a good drive Fulvio Dipolito is putting in for Lime Racing up at the front, although that's not his actual team. I don't believe that. I think that's just one of the in-game liveries. We could check. Hey, we've got Tugberg in the chat. Formula Racing, how we doing? Who is typing away for your good self? Have we got anyone? Every time I see someone typing in the chat now, let me just double check and see if we've got. Okay, that's just for that. No one in the interview box. Excellent. But there we go. So Dipolito leading the way. Van Dijk and Lania still 2nd and 3rd. Morgenstern, I think. Yep, he has just got the move done on Kraus. Wow, so there's quite a difference between the two of them. Is that an overtake done there, or is that telemetry popped up wrong there? Kraus certainly looks to be comfortably in the lead. Oh, Morgenstern, maybe that was just the gap separating out. That must have been from previous. There's Warby still chasing. Is Morgenstern ahead of Kraus? Yeah, for some reason my track map absolutely is not working. Let me see. Let's do that. But yeah, that is a bit interrupted for your good self, but yeah, that makes it a bit easier for me to see what's going on there. So yeah, Kraus is still comfortably ahead of Morgenstern. There we go. Don't know why. Now, Casper Barrichello's just taken over for Schultz then. Another stint for him. Yeah, Pitbull Live. It seems to be running a little tad slowly for me, so the updates might seem a little disjointed. And then that's frozen. Perfect. Garjan into the pits then for Wesset Racing. Rivera having a couple of connection issues there. Hopefully, the GMI Sim Racing team, hopefully that doesn't cause him any issues. His teammate LeMay, of course, getting himself a drive-through penalty. Stop go 32nd actually for speeding in the pit lane. There's Neil Woodward out for the FRL Team Baller car. Luca Giannone, recently reinstated. Dipolito and Van Dijk, still that 1 lap difference at the moment. Within 2/10 lap time wise over the last lap, Van Dijk and Dipolito. So the two of them are lapping fairly equilibriously. Over the last lap, it was actually Thomas Lanier who was the fastest car on track. So the BMW towards the end of the stint finding a fair bit of pace and managing to slightly stem the hemorrhage in there at the time that they're losing to Van Dijk and De Polito ahead. Those two, De Polito certainly coming towards the end of his stint. He's 30 laps into this one. 27 laps in is Van Dijk. Lanier is 32 laps in, so I believe... Oh, he's not coming in on this lap. He really is stretching this stint out then. That's 59 he's been out, so he's got enough time for another 2 laps. This would be the longest stint by any car. Oh no, not quite actually, sorry. We've got Gilles Alleman, who's actually one-time fastest car on the track. He's 34 laps into his stint, so the conditions, not only helping the lap times, but certainly helping the tyre life, it would seem. The driver's able to put in longer stints as we're seeing the stints increase. Like I say, previous to now, you're talking 30, 31 laps. We're now seeing some cars out 32, 33, 34 laps they're spending out there. So, what will De Polito do? He's definitely going to stay up as long as he possibly can. In fact, Zakdal, let's just have a look. He's just got the move done on Warby as well. So, whatever ails Warby's Porsche, it's certainly not abating towards the end of the stint. And it does look like Zakdal's got a bit of damage on that car. I'm not sure if that's a graphical glitch or not, but the Mercedes absolutely outguns the Porsche once again. This is the exit to the boot section, late on the brakes, right alongside, holds that apex. The Porsche doesn't put up much of a battle. And that is Zakdal up to 12th. Warby down to 13th position, and he's now got Felgen behind him in the Lamborghini, fastest car on the track at the moment. Will we see Warby lose another position before he comes into the pits? Hopefully whatever it is that is ailing them, they can get it sorted the next time they come into the pits. We're on board now with Marcel Kraus. Was just involved in a great battle with Morgenstern. He's going to be looking over his shoulder with Alex Zakdal closing in there, but Kraus now closing in on another driver. It's Townsend once again. He's looking to do battle with the Porsche. You know you've got a good driver in the Porsche when they're able to keep up with an Aston or a Mercedes ahead of them. Oh, beautifully on that inside apex up the hill through the heel. Off towards the toe they go. Is he going to have a look up the inside? That's going to be a late one on the brakes if he makes this one stick. He did threaten the move, trying to see if he could force a defensive move from Townsend. Townsend holds his line and on his way through the heel. He hangs on to the moment. Position number 9. Kraus certainly getting ever closer. That is a blue flag car just behind him. In fact, is that? Oh, it's Rivera. That is Rivera behind him. I thought it was potentially the race leader. It's not. And there they come into the pits. So Kraus coming into the pits. Now that 34 laps. So there we go. So the drivers are extending these stints then. Lanier well into lap 34. In fact, we could see a 35th lap there as Morgenstern follows fellow Porsche driving Kraus into the pits. And there's Alleman in from 7th as well. One-time fastest car on the track. 36 laps there for Alleman. So, yeah, these stints definitely getting extended. The full 1 hour 4 minutes on his stint. Of course, 1 hour 5 minute stint timer for the drivers. So yeah, they really are starting to fill those stints out now that they've got some nice dry conditions. Still 17 hours to go. And it is De Polito in the gun, still leading the way with Van Dijk in 2nd. And Thomas Lanier from 3rd place comes into the pits. He's 44 seconds ahead of Bellotti. And he's got Casper Baratella, who's just come out for the mission spin Porsche. In 5th place as well, 15 seconds down on Bellotti. Alleman and Morgenstern still in the pits. Bellotti just coming through the heel section now, so you could certainly get close to Lanier's car. Lanier will be looking for a quick stop. His average pit time up until now. Yeah, we're looking just over the minute mark. So the 41-second deficit, has been overturned. So Belotti will be promoted to 3rd place until he comes in to take his pits, which should be fairly soon. He's done 34 laps, so he's definitely going to have to come in. Hour and 1, so he's got about 4 minutes left of his stint. He can stay out. Lanier has handed the wheel over to Henrik Horvath then. Very quick driver is Henrik. Comes back out in 4th, I believe, just ahead. Oh no, behind Baratella, sorry. So he is behind the Baratella, so he's got a bit of work to do there to catch back up. DiPolito is staying out. He is still leading the way. He's got a lot of traffic ahead of him. Might be an opportune moment to bring himself into the pit. Nope, decides again, so he's going to stay out and do another few laps. Let's see what Van Dijk does. In fact, he's well down. Oh, and we've got a yellow flag. That is not red fern. Let's look. Luciano Vialli. So coming through turns 2 and 3 on at the back straight towards the bus stop chicane. Everything seemingly. Oh, he's popped his lights on. Don't know why he's flashing that car miles ahead. Oh, he's flashing. Oh! I'm going to guesstimate that was a technical issue. I've heard there was a couple of drivers in the chat saying they were having problems with their pedals, and it looks like that's exactly what's happened. So he was flashing his lights as a warning to the drivers ahead, and he's given that one straight into the wall. Johnny Manarm is taking over for Mission Spin now, and Domenico Belotti for the Assetto Racing team has come into the pits, meaning Baratella for Mission Spin now will be promoted back to 3rd. Horvath is going to move up to 4th position. Redfern's into the pits as well. So it's all happening now. There is Vialli, as you would expect, into the pits. Hopefully whatever's ailed them there, they can get that fixed. But that definitely looked like some form of malfunction. Just absolutely full tilt into the barrier there. Belotti, Redfern in the pits. Warby into the pits for Wesett. Again, hopefully they can get fixed whatever it is they are hoping to get, whatever it is that's slowing them down. Woodward, Giannone, 25th and 24th at the minute, so Woodward has dropped a bit of time there actually because he was ahead of Giannone. Giannone making up another position there. And there is the race leader into the pits. Fulvio DiPolito comes in. And that is a 35 lap stint that he's just done, hour and 2 minutes. Van Dijk 32 laps into his stint. Belotti into the pits as well. Redmond Winode just out. Alemans handed over the wheel to Johnny Manarm, as I already mentioned. His full name didn't pop up there on the screen. DiPolito very much stationary. Van Dijk will get a good idea of just how close they are. He's still closing in fact. So Polito got a very good lead over the rest of the field. Definitely got the lap times to back that up. Baratella is still in 3rd. Henrik Horvath out in 4th. Oh. Stop go, 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and that massively changes the outlook of the race for Fulvio DiPolito and the team. Now he's managed to come back out in 1st place. Van Dijk will have to come into the pits within the next couple of laps. He's got 5 minutes left of his stint timer. 33 laps deep into his stint. But given the gap between the two, there's Hill coming into the pits. It does look like Van Dijk will take the lead of the race when DiPolito comes in to serve that penalty. Van Dijk will then have to take his pit stop as well. This has just made this very interesting up at the front. 25 seconds down. De Polito obviously going to lose more than that, given he's going to be stationary for 30 seconds when he does come in to serve this penalty. So that is massively detrimental then. There is Daniel Crinzen has taken over for the Astro Racing team. They're currently in 5th position. Craig Hill in at the pits. He's had a great stint as well, made up a couple of positions, it's safe to say. 7th place at the moment. And Siliev, for the Garage 59, he really is closing in on Sebastian Richter then. This just outside the top 11, and Felgen ahead of him. Still the fastest car on track. Siliev then 4/10 behind Richter, getting very close there in the middle of the book complex. And look at the run he's got out of that corner there. He's going to be having a look. Is he? No, he's not. Backs right out of that one. There's De Polito back into the pits then to serve that penalty. Stop go 30-second. There's Van Dijk around the last corner now. In fact, round turn 1. So he's already through turn 1. So he's going to turn over a 10-second deficit there. He does still have his pit stop to take, but this is certainly going to bring them right back into the race, considering the pace that they were showing. Chris Silter then is out, taking over for Chris Hill. A lot of Chris's. Gedman's involved in the race as well at some point, so it's going to be fun keeping a track of all the Chris's this evening. But he's in the FRL Mercedes. No pressure, given the previous stint that car has just done. 2.2 seconds down on Zach Dahl, who's going to be coming into the pits pretty soon himself, actually. 22 laps. No, so he's got about another 10 laps to stay in. This De Polito back in. And Van Dijk then in the lead of the race. He has done 34 laps on this stint, an hour and 1 minute in. Oh, pardon me, don't go gulping down the tea. He says, gulping down more tea. But yeah, 132 laps in then, and De Polito stop go 32nd for speed in the pit lane. Sees him now running in 2nd place. He should retake the lead of the race when Van Dijk comes in to take his pit stop, but it's certainly going to make it a straight shootout between these two up at the top. Both cars now will be desperate to avoid any more penalties. Hey Simon, how we doing, bud? Good evening. And Jeremy Bentley for the win. They're certainly pushing for the win. That is for sure. 36 seconds is the gap, so that will put De Polito back in the lead by about... Oh, and he's missed his pit box. He's missed his pit box. Wow. Stop go 30-second penalty gifted them the lead of the race, and they've seen fit to return the gift and missed their pit box. Oh, that is potentially a costly mistake there. As there's De Polito crossing the start-finish line to retake the lead of the race, and that is a fair bit of extra time. Van Dijk, an absolute flawless stint up until that point, and then finds himself missing the pit box. Neil Woodward, is he carrying some damage? They seem to be running slightly slowly at the moment. Giannone still in 24th. Valley in the pits for the rFactor Racing team. It was a big contact they made with the wall. Rivera has had as well an extra trip in the pits for violations. As far as speed and go, a couple of cars fallen foul so far. Jan Bath's been out on the track. He's got himself a position made back for the Advisor team. He's got Chris Jones still ahead of him. Big gap there to make over. Lewis Kett is out for Wesset Racing then in the Porsche. Bella Gadjan back out for Wesset Racing as well. Double stint there. Daniel Bruder for the Ribtech Racing team in the BMW, currently running in 15th. Then it is Silas Furman, the Mission Spin Now Racing Esports team. Oh, Oh, and that is a big contact with the wall there. That's Giannone. Oh, the Honda completely letting go there. I think there's potentially another off track as well here. Just puts it out onto the grass. So yeah, big contact with the wall. Oh, and he really is struggling to hang on to the back of that Honda. And that is 2 trips into the wall and 2 corners there. Giannone limping back to the pits where Chris Jones is coming in to take his pit stop for ERS. And we've got side by side along the start-finish straight. So yeah, DePolito. Sorry, I've lost track of a car then. So DePolito and Baratella, first and second. Horvath in third. There it is, Mikel Fernandez, sorry. He's taken over for, not DePolito, Van Dijk. And they're back out in 4th place. Townsend in the pits, Jones in the pits, Giannone, as you would expect, back in the pits. That was a big contact. Valley no longer in the race, unfortunately. Neil Woodward makes that position back on Giannone, with Giannone in the pits there. DePolito. So yeah, does Fernandez have the pace that his teammate does? We will certainly find out. Bear with me 2 seconds. Just going to pop this on auto while I just very quick pit stop myself. Bear with me a few. Okay, there we go. That'll be me set for another stint. Let's see how the drivers are getting on. I did see a couple of changes there. Sort of still out. Did I see Alan Brown making his way in the car? DePolito still in lead. What's Fernandez? He is. DePolito 136 laps in. Still Baratella in Baratella, sorry. Horvath in 4th. Fernandez 11 seconds down, so he is losing a bit of time to Horvath then. So great drive by the BMW ahead. Daniel Crinzen in 5th place. Matt Redfern we've seen involved in quite a few battles. Finds himself in 6th position, just ahead of Johnny Mannon for the Mission Spin Now team. Their Mercedes currently tracking in 7th position. Alex Zakdal. Just have a look. Yeah, coming towards the end of his stint, but he is in 8th position, and it is Radar Felgen. Still the fastest car on track with that 145.2. No one else getting into 45 so far. Oh, in fact, sorry. Bela Gadjan, 1 minute 45.9. So 2 cars have made a trip into the 45s so far. And in fact, Johnny Mannorm's not long done the same, 145.8. So 3 cars in the 45s. And yeah, certainly the longest we've seen a dry track for the drivers. Hey, Kieran, how we doing? Happy Enduro, mate. It's certainly an interesting one. It's been a fun one. The drivers have got a lot to deal with. How was Spare Change getting on in the football? And yeah, how was the UFC going? I'll need to pop that on actually. It's starting pretty soon. I know it's already started, but yeah, no. Full attention on the race at the moment. I've got, in fact, that is slowing that down. So, let's pop the chart out. Perfect. Excellent. There we go, yes. Right, I'll maybe catch up with the UFC when the main car comes on, but for the moment, we will crack on, obviously, with the race. We've got Bela Gadjan back out on track, so a double stint for the Wesset Racing car. Clocking some quick times as well. As I say, we're only 3 cars in the 45s so far in the race. So, very quick indeed in the McLaren. We've got Bruder just ahead. Bruder not long taken over in the Ribtech car, finding himself under an increasing amount of pressure from behind. Rose as well in 20th place then for the Le Rohan Wololo team. And in fact, it's Alan Brown for Eclipse of Racing that is just ahead of him. Rose looking very quick, and in fact, is that Baruco just behind as well? No, it's not. Oh, that is Horvath, just blue flagging his way through, so that battle between 19th and 20th will be temporarily suspended. As we can see, Horvath making his way through. Nod is out on track as well. Sebastian Alexander is taking over for the Dog Racing team. Oh, and he goes past Siliev very easily there. Siliev making a big mistake into the penultimate corner. Instantly pounced on there by Nod. And that is very comfortable overtake there indeed to get up to 11th position. Siliev, I believe, just coming to the end of his stint, so tyres will be going off ever so slightly. Again, an interesting prospect for the drivers, given the new update, the 1.9 update, changes to the tyres, their working range, and indeed changes to their life cycle. And yeah, Siliev, I was right, just coming at the end, just literally on the last lap there. So that's him into the pits. We'll see if he's going to double stint actually. He may well. So Townsend and Furman will both come through, so will Gadjan and Bruder. Bruder just been overtaken by Gadjan. Lewis Kett still in 17th position. We'll see how the Wessex Racing Porsche gets on. Rose has closed the back up on Brown again then. Looking to get involved in more overtaking action now that Horvath has made his way through. Fernandez definitely losing time to Horvath now. 12.5 seconds is that gap, and Horvath quicker at the moment than Baratella ahead in the Porsche. Could well be a case that the Porsche once again outgunned in a straight line. Here comes Rose. Aston v Aston, looking for a side-by-side into the bus stop. Nothing doing there. Oh, extra touch of the brakes. Brown slightly out of control there. Does manage to gather it up. I tell you, the update may have caused some issues, but it certainly fixed a lot of the contact physics and the savability of mistakes. If savability is even a word, apologies if it's not. I've just made that one up on the spot. Trademark patent pending. Yeah, it's definitely made the savability of the cars more accessible than it has been before. We just see another blue flag going past there, but Rose still applying the pressure to Brown at the moment. 24 is Valley still? No, Valley has disconnected. Giannone still on the track. Woodward as well, and Rivera's car has disconnected from the server as well, unfortunately. I've lost track of where it was. It was Rhodes. There we go. So still Jordan Rose, who will stay on board. Nope, 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 nope. Yes. Oh, there is the exit to the last corner. Chase them down the hill. Rose definitely the quicker of the two here. Brown soaking up the pressure well though. Both take the exit the corner to turn one very well. I mean, it's a 24-hour. Oh, look how close he's getting. Almost bump draft him along this back straight. He's surely going to be a car length in front by the time they get to the braking zone. Brown sending him round the outside, so he is going to take the inside line. Absolutely nails it up that inside. Rose clearly a car length in front on his way into the bus stop again, and that is a very confident overtake there. He's got Jan Barth ahead of him. Oh, and that's a big wiggle there by Barth on the exit. Again, highlighting just how savable mistakes can be. Over the curb. Oh, catches too much of the inside curb. Bit extra steering input, and he continues onwards. His tyres potentially slightly worse for wear after that, but hooking that inside curb certainly used to be fatal. Pre 1.9, not so much at the moment, and Jan Barth certainly benefiting from that part of the update. Henrik Horvath. I was talking about the gap he was increasing or creating. Mr. Climax, I need a coffee after that double stint, I would imagine. So who are you in game then? Or what is your IRL? What's car number are you in? Because I'm looking down, there's quite a few drivers done double stints. Let me see if I can guess. Number 18. Okay. Domenico Bellotti, there we go. Apologies if I'm butchering your name, my good man. I've only been speaking English for 45 years. I'm almost getting to grips with it. There's still a few nuances which escape me, but other than that, so yeah. But yeah, no, nice double stint. How was the track conditions? Conducting interviews live through Twitch chat, but yeah, it looks like it's been an interesting night. Greasy track conditions so far. Definitely drying in. We've seen look at that, Horvath getting the overtake done there while I was talking. That was an overtake for the podium positions. Incredible move there by Horvath. He is absolutely flying since he's come out of the pits. Dipolito with that extra trip into the pits. How detrimental is that going to be given the pace that Horvath is showing for the GTR Masters team? They'll certainly be keen to keep him. Hey, John, you're the same as the white line in the road. You're stuck everywhere. I will take that as a compliment, Raph. How you doing, bud? Indeed, indeed. I'd like to think that's a reflection on my talents on the microphone. Yeah, no, even I couldn't say that one with a straight face. How are you doing, Raf? Enjoying the weekend? It's certainly been an interesting race, this one so far. There was a couple of server issues. Of course, the Ferrari, the whole unable to swap drivers, does make that one a bit taxing. So yeah, the race had to restart, then the server crashed. We've got going again, but there's been some phenomenal action so far. And we see Baratella then, he never got the memo that the Porsche is outgunned in a straight line. He's got his window wipers on, so he's either not in car or it started raining again. The Porsche sails one up the inside of turn number 1, sneaks his nose in front, and Horvath finds himself back in 3rd position. And we find ourselves absolutely enthralled at the battle these two are having, because the BMW will catch up to him on the way into the bus stop chicane. The Porsche, no matter how good, now there's Felgen come into the pits in the Lamborghini, and there's Horvath in the BMW. Like I say, absolutely undoubted he was going to catch him. Oh, but he's lifted. Wow, he's backed right out of that one. Surprised by that there, when Horvath backing right out of that one there. He's on this pretty much the same stint. In fact, sorry, Baratella has been out for 7 laps longer. So Horvath should have much better tyres there, but yeah, that is why he is a driver in the GTR Masters Endurance team and currently on the podium, and I am a commentator. His race IQ clearly off the charts compared to mine, but he does seem to be losing some pace then as Rose, who's in 19th position. This should be a simple blue flag situation, but he's certainly caught back up. There is Chris Frizza, another Chris out on track. Phenomenal stuff. He's taken over in the Lamborghini, currently the fastest car on track with a 45.2 to its name. We'll see if we can see any improvements on that. Gregory Mashin has taken over for the Aston Martin. Another one of the cars, not 100% sure what the team name is there. Apologies for that. They were due to be driving in the Ferrari. They've jumped into the Aston Martin. Mobot, I'm banned from their Discord. Alright. That sounds like an interesting story. All good, I heard it today about Ferrari affecting servers. Yeah, drivers can't do driver swaps for some reason. I don't know what the story is, obviously, we're not sure, it's a coding problem. For some reason, yeah, drivers in the Ferrari can't swap in the pits, which does make a 24-hour endurance race difficult, to say the least. Although there was one Ferrari driver planning on doing the 24-hour race on his own. Yeah, let's just let that sink in for a second. Yeah, that's enough of that. There's Zagdal into the pits then from 8th place. The Eclipse Racing AMG. Not often you see Eclipse in the AMG, to be fair. I'm trying to think of the last time. Honda, Audi, Porsche, maybe. I would have to confer with Chromedix on that one. De Polito. I'm sure he'll be conferring furiously with the team. They're now 36 seconds up the road from Baratella, which does seem like a lot, but they did have that extra stop-go 30-second penalty in the pits. So that gap could have and should have been a lot bigger. Chris Frizza, as I mentioned, he's out in that Lambo. If he's got any type of pace commensurate with his teammate, the top 10 really do need to be looking over their shoulders. Gregory Mashin, since he's come out in the Aston Martin as well, he's caught right back up to Bruder ahead. Looks like it's only a matter of a couple of laps before he gets himself back up to 15th. Bella Gadjan finding good pace as well since coming out of the pits. That last lap a bit slow. The first one since coming out of the pits has been a bit slow, but Gadjan quick in the early stages and handy in an overtaking situation. And there's De Polito Barrichello. Horvath now only 3.3 seconds down. Furman only a second down on Townsend as well, actually, now that I'm looking at that. And Mashin, I said within a lap or two he'd be closing in on Gadjan, and that is, yeah, definitely coming to fruition very quickly indeed. Somebody throw that man a friend, I know. Wow, Dal King won a 12-hour on his own, then done a 6-hour a few hours later. Wow. The only thing to be gained from a solo endurance is a TVT. I mean, that is kind of hard to argue with. That is kind of hard to argue with. Definitely, that's a hardcore amount of driving. Hardcore amount of driving. I did an 8-hour commentary once with a 1-hour racing stint in that, and that very nearly broke me. That was a tough one. Although it didn't help, I was wearing a red Panda onesie at the time as well. It was for charity, so that was, yeah, toasty warm, to say the least. Mashin is certainly making it toasty warm for Bruder ahead of him. He has closed in very quickly indeed. The Aston destroying the BMW on the corner exits there. Furman on Townsend as well. There is one of the back markers just popping themselves out of the way on. Mashin getting very close in the braking zone there. And it looks like Bruder gave a bit more leeway to the blue flag. Mashin closing right in. A little tickle onto the grass there. Bruder avoiding that apex like the plague then, and Mashin doing everything they can to make sure he hits every apex. It's a beautiful exit there, and I tell you, Bruder did not get the run through that corner that he needed there. Mashin is going to close at turn number 1. They're going to be very close on the brakes then. All about the exit. Oh, it's all about the apex, and Mashin absolutely nails that one. And that is a very easy overtake in the end. Then Bruder running wide on the exit, Mashin up to 15th position. And he will continue to make his way through the field. Henrik Horvath is still flying as well. He's only 1.7 seconds down then on Baratella. That's Furman we're looking at there. Bruder still behind Mashin. Can he hang into the slipstream, or is Mashin really that much quicker? Well, he did close that gap quickly. Speaking of closing the gap quickly, Horvath is not wasting any time. There is the Porsche Baratella ahead of him. Oh, and that is something I was just on the verge of talking about and got distracted by some overtaking action, and it is drive-through for track limits over a 24-hour race. You really do need to watch what you're doing, especially corners like the exit of turn number 1 that we're seeing now. And there is a driver you can see has just had a wrap on the knuckles from the in-gauge steers, nowhere near the outside edge of that curbing on that lap. And that drive-through is going to see Frizza and the gang drop down 5 or 6 positions quite easily. Couldn't have come at a worse time just at the start of his stint as well. And Horvath, that's another half a second he's found on the Porsche head, really applying the pressure. Looking to get himself up into second, and with the way the lap times are going at the moment, he is going to be keeping DiPolito on his toes. That is for sure. And DiPolito currently in the 49, so too Horvath. And Horvath absolutely sails past there. As you can see, the exit to turn number 1 is pretty much where he's got this one done. Look how quickly that gap closes as they come up the hill. Onto that back straight. Just perfectly in the slipstream. Pops out at the last second. Porsche sends the BMW to the inside line. The BMW clearly got the run into the bus stop. And that is job done for Henrik Horvath and the GTR Masters team, up to second, 40 seconds down on the car ahead of them. And because DiPolito had that extra trip into the pits for the stop go 32nd, he's 15 laps into his current stint. So is Henrik Horvath. Oh, sorry, he's 18 laps in. So these two are going to be pitting at roughly the same time. Baratella's 25 laps in, so he's going to be pitting a lot sooner. Frizza comes in to serve his penalty. Chris Soter coming in for FRL. That's actually quite an early stop. He's not long taking the wheel. Yeah, that is an early stop for Soter then. Craig Hill on the previous stint made up a couple of positions, but Soter's in 15 laps into his stint. And yeah, Frizza, 4 laps in. And he's serving that drive-through penalty. Definitely not what you need there. Let me see if I can make this a bit neater. Yeah, that's almost usable like that. So Soter into pits. Benjamin X out for the Eclipse Racing team. He's taken over for Alex Zakdal. He's taken over back in 11th. There is Silas Furman, half a second behind Townsend. So that is going to be a battle before the end of the stint there. Ketting the pits. Woodward back into the pits as well. Only 18 laps into his stint. So I wonder if this is tyre pressure problems perhaps. Obviously the new update, it was only dropped on Wednesday 3 days ago, throwing yourself into a 24-hour race. To say there is the possibility to have a lack of data is definitely an understatement. But full credit to Fulvio De Polito and a couple of other teams. They were due to be driving the Ferrari, changed an hour before the start of the race, and they find themselves 40 seconds in the lead. The same too with Fernandez in the Bentley. Another team due to be driving the Ferrari 296 in this race, changed an hour before the race, and definitely pestering for podium positions, that's for sure. There's another couple of cars as well. I don't have a full list of all the changes, but I do know that Fernandez and De Polito both changing at the last minute and running well at the moment. Silas Furman for the Mission Spin Now team in that Porsche. Again, another Porsche driver that didn't get the memo about the Porsche being outgunned in a straight line. He's closing in on Craig Townsend, the big brain racing Aston Martin, trying to get back up into the top 5 along with their teammate Matt Redfern, who's just outside the top 5 at the minute. He's got Crinzen just ahead of him. Furman absolutely flying at the moment. Where we just right, yeah. So Sebastian Alexander Nod at the minute came out in the Porsche for the dog racing car, and he's finding himself under a bit of pressure. Not quite got the pace for the previous driver. Dropping down, although he does comfortably make his way past that blue flag. Let's stick with Silas Furman at the minute though. They do have another car involved with them there, in fact. That is Elk, in fact. So, yeah, I've not been paying attention properly there. Elk's come back out of the pits. Oh, and that is a run wide from Townsend. Townsend, who was leading this group of cars. He's just launched it on the exit to turn number 1. Finds himself dropping 2 positions very quickly indeed. And Benjamin Eck wasting no time out of the pits. And he's going to make it a second overtake. Absolutely. Once again, Porsche completely outgunned by the Mercedes. And Benjamin Eck finds himself up another position. So that's dual position increase for Benjamin Eck, but Chris Townsend, the big loser on that sequence there. Turn number 1 ran way too wide, and that is 2 positions dropped and a whole lot of work to be done to catch back up then. Johnny Manham's been doing some work as well. He's now within 7 tenths. In fact, that looks a lot closer. Oh no, it's not. That's another car between them. Because he's got Matt Redfern. Yeah, no, he's got Matt Redfern well and truly in his sights. This is coming into the final corner then. Again, the Porsche is just painfully outgunned in a straight line. And it is Manarm that's looking to take advantage of that. Oh, although he's just on a big wiggle on the exit of the last corner there. So he's giving himself a little bit of extra work to do. But with the pace that they're currently showing on the deltas, it doesn't look like it's going to be too many more laps before Manarm is engaged in overtaking action with Redfern up the hill. The Mercedes looking very quick. You can see that gap just absolutely destroyed along this back straight. I don't think he's going to be close enough towards the bus stop on this lap, but if he's not already got the overtake done, certainly the next lap looks like that could be job done. Townsend's closed it back up onto the back of Furman. Benjamin Eck has shown both of these drivers a clean pair of exhaust tips as he's disappeared off 2 seconds up the road already. Craig Townsend looking to make amends for the dual positional loss. Poor speed Porsche, they're going to go side by side into the bus stop chicane. A lot of light flashing just to make sure he knows he's there. They're perfectly side by side. One car on the inward curve, one car on the middle curves. And it is Townsend that does hang on. Sorry, Furman. No, it is Townsend that hangs on to that position then. Oh no, Furman is in the lead. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so Furman and Townsend. I'm getting the two of them completely mixed up in the tartness there. But it is Townsend who is still just ahead of Furman then. But only just. Oh, that's a big send. Goodness gracious me. I know the contact physics have been improved, but that is was a bit of a brave one there. Oh, he was on the inside, did really try and mount that inside curve, so you had two inside wheels on the grass there, and that is going to be a massive problem for both of those drivers as Frizza is going to close up. That's not going to do their tyres much good. It's certainly not going to do the battle much good, and Benjamin Eck is now comfortably inside that top 10, comfortably within the slipstream. In fact, it is Johnny Mannerm as well. Flying along the back straight, AMG versus Porsche. We all know how this one ends. It ends with the AMG in front. He's up the inside line, taps on the brakes, throws it over the inside curve, through the middle. Oh, and he's run a little bit wide there. Don't hook that grass. He's hooked the inside curve. We've already seen that mistake by a Porsche earlier, and he has managed to save that. Phenomenal save then by Manor. You can see he hooks the grass, hooks the inside of the curve, so it's easier to go over the curves, but do stay on the curves. If you hook your wheel on the inside, that will unsettle the car. Manor doing well to hang on to that one then. Does get that overtake done. Redfern now finds himself in 7th position. And Manor, yeah, did well to hang on to that one there, to be fair. And that is not Sebastian Alexander Nod just behind Redfern. That is Karner, in fact, in 17th position. Fabian Karner, he's out for the Adweiser Racing team. So that is the blue flag that was involved there. Redfern, now, as we saw, now in 7th. Manor in 6th place. I'm sure his heart rate still fairly sky high after clipping that curve. But he did manage to gather it up. Certainly something we're seeing a lot of now since the 1.9 update, which is good. Obviously, you don't want to see contact, but if there is, it doesn't need to necessarily result in all cars involved being shadow realmed into the wall with 7.5 minutes of damage. So yeah, great to see that the cars are savable. And that was Karner just running off track at turn number 1. So far, we've only seen 2 drive-throughs for track limit violations, which, considering the track, is not too bad. Oh, DePolito just having a bit of a mini moment there through the bus stop. At the moment, he is still the fastest driver on track. Certainly out of the top 3 at the moment. Baratella seemingly struggling for pace ever so slightly. Fernandez is a fair chunk quicker at the minute, with Crinzin in 5th place, going even quicker than Fernandez ahead of him. Johnny Manor in the same category as well, doing 51.7s at the moment, with DePolito's current lap times averaging in the 1 minute 50s, whereas Horvath was a 52 on that last lap. Does making his way past some traffic as well. We'll be hoping that balances itself out over the next few laps. Just having a look then. So DePolito 20 laps into his stint, but of course he did have that drive-through penalty to serve 2 laps after he came out of the pits. And there goes my ear popping. Horvath 24 laps into his stint. Baratella 31 laps, so he is going to be coming in fairly shortly, which is going to give Fernandez a good run back at 3rd position. Fernandez only 19 laps into his stint, of course taking over for Van Dijk. Van Dijk 35 lap stint he did, and made up quite a few positions as well, and they'll certainly be hoping to continue that if he comes back out. I'm just having a look, and yeah, Benjamin Eck not long out on track. His teammate Zakdal handed him the car in good position. He's made a couple of overtakes, and with a couple of mistakes behind him, he's now got himself a comfortable gap, and he is at the moment a fair bit quicker than Sebastian Alexander Nod ahead of him for the Dog Racing Germany team. So still plenty of time on the board. Benjamin Eck and the Eclipse Racing team could be looking to make some more positions. Where is... They really do make it difficult on Pitball Live to see the driver names. Okay, so there we go. Yep, so Benjamin Eck, his teammates Terence Keenan, Alex Zakdal, Rafa Campos and Sergio Osario. Yeah, so certainly no slouches behind the wheel, that's for sure. We're going to see Kromdix actually. He'll be out on track as well. De Polito still leading the way. They're all starting to spread out ever so slightly. But we have made the 8, well, let's say the 8-hour mark. Was it 2 hours in, 3 hours in? The server decided to give up the ghost. So we're classing that as a sprint race, and this is the feature race. So yeah, 16 hours left of the feature race. 4 hours 50 minutes in. And it is De Polito and the Lime Racing team that are still comfortably in the lead. As I say, they're starting to settle out now at the minute. Henrik Horvath, after making his way up to 2nd, trying his best to close on that last lap, but was 2nd slower than De Polito. So De Polito really is stretching that gap that he's got out of the front, despite that extra trip into the pits. Very much looking the hot favourites to win this one. Fernandez, again, his teammate ran beautifully his stint. He's still running very quickly as well, slightly off the pace of the drivers ahead, but it's all about consistency. If he can keep the next few laps consistent, he'll certainly keep in touch, keeping himself ahead. Daniel Crinzen in the Asso Racing team there in 5th. Manor trying to close in on Crinzen ahead. As I say, he is a bit quicker than Crinzen, in fact a whole second faster on that previous lap. And he is one of the fastest drivers in the top 6 at the moment. So Manham can certainly throw the cat amongst the pigeons in the top 5 if he keeps this type of pace up over the rest of his stint. Gadjan, again, another consistent stint there for the Wesset Racing driver in the McLaren. 2-6 down on Frizza then, who served that extra pit stop, the penalty for track limits, and it finds himself in 12th place. Still the holders of the fastest lap. Here is Baruka, so yeah, Woodward. So Woodward, currently running for the FRL team in 23rd position. The Honda Giannone in 22nd. It'd be interesting again. Be interesting to see how the tyre life of the Honda lasts towards the end of the stint, because that was definitely something that it lacked pre 1.9. But the E-Trax racing car currently 22nd place. Not someplace you're used to seeing the Hondas. But yeah, an incident in the pits had to have a penalty cleared as well. There is Baruka for the Italian job with Alan Brown for Eclipse Racing. I believe that is Fresh Brazil. From the PlayStation, Jordan Rose was running very quickly indeed. Got that overtake done. Now trying to close up on Ket ahead of him. Another Wesset Racing car. just being overtaken, or trying to unlap himself against rFactor there. The two Porsches very quick, but it just shows you the type of pace that Ket has got in that Porsche. Then he's trying to unlap himself against 7th. He's only 7 laps into his stint. rFactor 25 laps in, and he has almost unlapped himself into the bus stop chicane. Certainly an interesting one. They've both got their wipers on. Is the rain falling again? Ooh, up inside. And he has popped himself in front. Giannone coming into the pits. So again, that is another short stint then for Giannone. Only 20 laps in. Oops. Okay, yeah, pit date is still there. Yeah, so Giannone back into pits. Oh, why? Yeah, so just looking at his pit stop times, his previous pit stop was a short one. The one before that, quite a long one. This, a short one again in comparison. And it is another short stint for the Honda driver. Again, potentially having tyre issues with the brand new tyre. Not much data will be known by the drivers. There's Baratella coming into pits. 35 laps in, so yeah, that is a solid stint there. Hour and 3 minutes, so getting very close. So that is, yeah, another car. Again, the stint's early doors because there's changeable conditions, but we're looking 28 to 31 laps. The driver's now pushing out to 34, 35 laps at a time per stint. And that's Baratella in for the mission spin now. Crimson behind him. In fact, he's just gone through. I think Manor's going to make his way through as well. Oh no, he's still in the heel section now, so this might be quite close. The race leader is going to gain another lap on the 212 as well, which they'll gain back when they come into the pits. DePolito, he's still got a few laps to go. Horvath on lap 28 of his stint. Yeah, he's still almost half a lap down, so that the 40-second gap from when DePolito came out of the pits from serving his penalty, that has increased since he served that penalty. Let's have a look at Grigori Mashin for the Garage 59 car, or in the Garage 59 car. He's closed right up. Oh, and that is Van Dijk's car. Fernandez just behind him in 3rd place then, so he's rocked up onto a 3-way battle for 12th place as Frizza in the Lambo making his way past a blue flag Porsche as well, although that's an Aston Martin. Big battle in the background then as Mashin and Gajan looking to make their way through. Gajan round the last corner, just about hanging on to the back there, but it is a phenomenal exit there by Grigori Mashin into turn number 1. He's going to sail one up the inside potentially. The McLaren makes his way through, but it is Mashin gets the drop on both of them then. Townsend again losing 2 positions in turn number 1. This time it is to Gajan and Mashin. They're both just sailed their way through there, so Townsend now finds himself in 14th position. Mashin up to 12th, which will be confirmed. There we go, as they come through that timing board into the bus stop chicane. Townsend in 14th, and that is a solid overtake then by Grigori Mashin. He is having a phenomenal stint for his team, and that's another couple of positions made up. And yeah, solid overtake again through turn number 1. Townsend in the Aston Martin. Not seemingly a big fan of that corner. But still, a long way to go in the race. We'll see if he can get caught back up. And we'll see just how quick Grigori Mashin is now. He's got a bit of clear track ahead of him. And 1.7 seconds ahead is Frizza. So that drive-through for Frizza has brought him within Mashin's sights a lot sooner than would have been the case. Jordan Rose into the pits. 32 lap stint there for Rose, so him and the team keeping it fairly equilibrious stint-wise. 32 laps each for the previous two stints, 28 laps before that, and then two 31 lap stints. Bring them to their current position. Rose, and again it's not showing me the full driver's name. Can't understand why it does that, but there we go. Let's just have a look back at what we do know. DiPolito leading the way, Horvath still in second. That gap still increasing as DiPolito 26 laps in. Mick Shields back out on track then. He's taking over for the Mission Spin Now team from Barrichello, and in fact Mashin hasn't wasted any time. There is a joke about him mashing his foot on the brake or the accelerator. I'm not sure which one I'm going to use yet, but watch this space, it's definitely coming soon. He's closing the gap, he's well within half a second now as he comes in to the middle of the boot complex here down the hill. Reliably informed that that curb there on the left, on the right hand side, was just dipped into there. Beautifully rendered on this game. I've seen it on a few other sims. It looks slightly different. It's certainly working to the benefit of Mashin there as he makes his way down the hill now up towards the heel. He's closing right in the Frizza. In fact, Frizza in the Lambo getting a phenomenal exit there through turn 9 and increasing that gap back out again. Mashin still in the hunt though. Just check. That's Manor. Yeah, so Mashin and Frizza, that did both take over at almost the same time. Frizza obviously has had that exit into the pits for the drive-through. And that is the reason that these cars are so close. Mashin certainly was still even closing in, but not quite as quickly. Had Frizza not had that penalty, we've got Fernandez coming into the pits. And that does look like an early one compared to his team's previous stops. Only 26 laps into this stint. Not carrying any damage. So that is a planned stop right on the outside of that yellow line. The pit line here, pit entry here, temperamental. I think it is safe to say. We've seen a couple of drivers, we've seen more drivers falling foul of the pit limits than we'll have the actual track limits, which to me is slightly surprising given that this is a course that does invite you out onto the curves. Obviously turn 1 and through the bus stop chicane, prime examples of just how much curb you take around this track. Horvath, that gap's still increasing then. Fulvia DiPolito, they might have only just changed to the Aston Martin an hour before the race started, but they really are putting in a shift there. Although to be fair to Horvath, he did clock a quicker lap on that previous lap than DiPolito did. The lap times are tumbling at the moment as the stints come to the end. The track temperature will of course be dropping fairly drastically. Again, I'm not getting it accurate. Oh yeah, 17 degrees the track temperature is now down to. But it has stayed dry. This has easily been the longest that the drivers have had dry track. It was raining for the first 4 hours or so. Oh, there's Gajan coming in the pits from 13th position. And that is a full 35 lap stint he's done as well. So yeah, these stints definitely extending out now that the track temperatures are improving. Is it Fernandez that is back out on track? No, it's Jos van Dijk. So Van Dijk is taken back over for the Bentley. Gazian in the pits. It's saying he's in 5th, I believe. Oh no, he is ahead of Redfern. So he's got back out the pits just ahead of Redfern then, so that is handy. Redfern involved in that battle with the... oh, that's not so much a battle, that's the Porsche unlapping himself from 18th, Lewis Kett. So he's unlapping himself from 8... oh, and that is a big off-track there from the Bentley. Oh, and he's really struggled through that final corner there. Lots of extra steering input then. He is on, wow, look at the extra work he was having to do there. That's obviously in deference to the fact that the track's now 17 degrees and the drivers are trying to warm the tyres up to... oh well, yeah, again, that's slightly more lenient these days, not quite the 26.5 to 27 that it needs to be, 26 to 27 degrees. PSI, sorry, a whole PSI. Rather than just that half PSI margin. But certainly getting the tyres up to temperature in 17 degree track temp, not the easiest thing to do. And on the outlap there, Van Dijk finding that out. Manor is ahead of him, but Manor will be coming into the pits within the next 3 laps. Horvath will be pitting, I would guess, probably exactly the same time as Manor. They're both on 33 laps. Depolito will be able to stretch this out ever so slightly. He has been out for 29 laps. He's been out for 32 in total, but of course had to come in for that drive-through penalty. But he should, with the way the stint timers, that might actually not be as detrimental as you think, given the pace that he's showing, the gap that he's creating, and the fact that he's going to stay out for is going to be able to stay out for potentially an extra 6 laps. So he's got another 6 laps. So yeah, another 3 laps over the chasing pack. Might not be massively detrimental. Schultz, his flying since he got out these green deltas right through the track, so he's got his tyres fairly quickly up to temp. Frizza still within striking distance of Mashin, and there's Nod coming into the pits. And that does seem like a slightly quick stop. Soter back out on track as well. Again, another driver that seemed to split his stint, did a quick 15 laps, then came in. Had quite a long pit stop, so I think there might have been a bit of damage involved there. But then, oh no, sorry, 34 laps he's done. Yep, so he's right on track with the rest of the stints for his team. They will lose positions to Furman and Mashin. Frizza as well, in fact. Will make his way through. Bruder's caught up to Townsend as well. So Townsend dropping positions in the previous stint and seemingly dropping positions in this stint as well. Bruder, the latest driver, looking to get an overtake done there. There's confirmation. Nod still in the pit. Furman in the pits. Mashin and Frizza both making their way past. Marcel Kraus coming back out for the Dog Racing Germany team. Oh, and in fact, Bruder on Townsend. Turn number 1. Crimson coming into the pits from 3rd. All the stints coming to an end now. So Astro Racing coming in from 3rd. Manarm likely to stay out for a few more laps. Oh no, 34 laps. I do apologise. I looked at the driver underneath. And yeah, Manarm straight into the pits. Follows Crimson in. So that's 2 of the top 5 in. Furman in as well. Bruder all over the back of Townsend still. Not quite got the overtake done at the moment, but certainly looking likely. Townsend Manor on his way out. He is taking another stint behind the wheel. And why not indeed? He's been showing some good times. Well, I tell you, speaking of good times actually, just looking at that board there, 53.7 on his last lap for Horvath, 53.9 for Depolito. So the two of them lapping very similarly, and there's Horvath into the pits, 35 laps into his stint. Now, how much does this work? And who would ever thought, Crimson into the pits as well, which we did spot. Whoever would have thought a drive-through penalty could actually benefit you slightly. DiPolito now able to stay out for another 4 laps. Because obviously the driver's stint timer resets every time you come into the pits. His stint timer reset when you come in to take a drive-through. So he now can stay out for another 7 minutes over his teammates. Over the rest of the competition, sorry. 7 minutes over his teammates. 0 sense made in that sentence whatsoever. Bruder did get the overtake done on Townsend, but it was as Townsend came into the pits. There's Bruder through turn number 1. And yeah, the game volume really quite quiet at the moment. That's a bit better. Oh, DiPolito has come into the pits. Now I thought he could have potentially stayed out, but he has come in. And it goes to show you how much of a lead DiPolito's got. He's on his way into the pits. It's Horvath is just on his way out. So DiPolito and the gang absolutely flying up at the front. Townsend. Brown comes into the pits as well. Now that is a short stint for Brown. 27 laps. So certainly a shorter stint there for Brown in the Eclipse racing car, although a very short pit stop there as well. And he's come back out for another stint. Matt Redfern for the Big Brain Racing team. That's them in for another pit stop. There is DiPolito on his way out. And it is Norbert Verheer. He's taken over for the GTR Masters team. Talk about strength and depth through a team. Another rocket ship fast driver for the GTR Masters. Out in that BMW. Redfern still in the pits. Frizza closing in on Mashin, or certainly keeping in touch with Mashin within that second. And there is Aaron Holloway. He's come out for the Wesset Racing team in their McLaren, and he's wasted no time catching up to the Porsche ahead of him. That's Morgenstern, and I believe that's Woodward just behind. So yeah, that is a blue flag. That is Woodward. Oh, Lewis Kett. We've seen how quick he has been. He's unlapped himself against 7th, and he's now got himself closed right up on the back of Karner. In 17th position. These two on similar strategies. Karner's been out for 4 laps longer, but Kett wasting no time whatsoever, signalling his intent, looking up the inside of turn number 1, and he's got this one done on the brakes. Oh, and he's outdone himself there, far too late on the brakes. It looked like he'd braked well there, but completely missed that one, and it's let Rose through. So he's gone from potentially taking a position to losing that position. He's got a fair bit of work to do now as Rose, in fact, using that slipstream. You can see just how much pace he's got over the Porsche. The Porsche taking the inside line. Karner, very little defence against the Aston Martin, and that is Rose up into 18th position. Alan Brown back in the pits then, so there's been some kind of mistake, or there's some kind of issue as Brown's come back in the pits after only a single lap out. Aaron Holloway for Wesset Racing, has he just got the move done on O'Sullivan? Ryan O'Sullivan, by the way, not Ronnie O'Sullivan. And still waiting on confirmation whether Jos van Dijk is actually related to Virgil or not. Hopefully the burning questions hopefully answered before the end of the race. John Beaton has come out for Lime Racing. DiPolito has finally handed the wheel over to someone else after some phenomenal driving. He has done incredibly well to get his team massively into the lead, almost a full lap up on their competitors. Ferrer only just finishing, just getting onto the lead lap at the moment. Van Dijk, we've seen how quick he was in his stage, in his previous stints, and he's not wasting any time trying to close in on Ferrer just ahead of him. Just trying to get confirmation on the time difference there. Okay, yep, 12 seconds down on Ferrer. So yeah, he's got a bit of work to do, but certainly capable. We'll see how quick Ferrer is, although you kind of know he's going to be quick given the team that he is driving for. Just check that is in fact still. Perfect. Yeah, they need to get that track map fixed. Track map fixed. That's easy for me to say. Ferrer putting in some good times as well. 4/10 up, so he is looking very quick. There's Bruder coming into the pits. From 12th place then. Holloway should just about catch up here for Wessex Racing. These two teams definitely in contention for top 10s. If they can keep this charge on through the field. Morgenstern just behind them, 14th. He's got Ryan O'Sullivan behind him. Now, O'Sullivan's 28 seconds down, but he is a bit quicker than Morgenstern, to say the least. 2 seconds a lap at the moment quicker. So with 28 seconds, he's certainly got enough time in this stint to at least make a massive indent into the lead they've got over them. That is most of the top teams pitted. Benjamin Eck still out on track and doing very well indeed. We saw the overtakes he's made. He's 23 laps into his stint. He's got Redfern just come out the pits ahead of him and lapping slightly quicker than Redfern again. So certainly a battle of the drivers at the moment. There's Bruder just dropping down the order as expected. In fact, Morgenstern's made his way through there as well, comfortably. In fact, as Bruder exits the pits, it's Marcel Fischer who has taken over for the Ribtech car, and I believe they are behind O'Sullivan as well, so they will be 15th position. Chris Soter, he's had a couple of extra trips into the pits, as I mentioned. Chris Hill having a great stint. And then Soter took over and had like I say, an extra couple of trips into the pit, so not sure what's going on there. Again, easy to guess that it's probably to do with tyre pressures, given the new physics which were just updated into the game a few days ago. Baptism of fire for a lot of the teams, especially the teams that were planning on driving the 296. Although teams like Bettins and Van Dijk's have changed from the Ferrari. It doesn't seem to have slowed them down any, that is for sure. Van Dijk just making his way past Jordan Rose there in 19th. This one's caught. Wires and audio, you've got to love them. Oh, the Bentley. Oh, almost contact there. How much more pace did he have? Yeah, that is Jordan Rose convincingly unlapping himself there. And in fact, his pace 52.3. He is one of the fastest drivers currently on track then. Gilles Aleman out for the mission spin now. Another driver absolutely flying since he got out the pits. Wasting no time mixing it with times quick enough to get him into the top two. Ferrer slightly off the current pace of the rest of the cars. And Daniel Crimson, since coming out of the pits, he's all over the back of Schultz. They've got... that is Lewis Kett there in 17th. He not long unlapped himself against a few cars. He now finds himself right in the middle of a battle for the top 5. We're on board with Daniel Crinzen. You can see he's trying to get an overtake done on Schultz. Schultz trying to find his way past Ket there in the Porsche. And given that Schultz himself is in a Porsche, he'll be keen to get past as quickly as he can again. Can't stress enough how outgunned the Porsche is in a straight line against most of the cars, are certainly right up at the top end. Not something that Aston is going to have to worry about. Schultz really does want to get this blue flag done as quickly as possible, because Crinzen will waste no time whatsoever getting that overtake done if the opportunity presents, even if it is well as a blue flag going on. Oh, he really is closing in now. Schultz really is in all kinds of trouble at this stage. He's stuck behind the back marker. He is managing to keep pace at the moment, but really should try and get themselves potentially out of the way at this stage. As you can see, the Aston Martin Crinzen closing right up through that final corner into turn number 1. Surely this is going to be done. And the window wipers, you can see some rain on the windscreens then. So there is a bit of rain falling. There is the Porsche getting himself out of the way as they chase up the hill. He's going to let both cars through. They've both made it through very comfortably indeed. And Crinzen then. You can't actually see any rain from that point of view. Oh, look at the Aston Martin absolutely destroying the Porsche once again. He's going to be comfortably in front as they get into the braking zone for the bus stop, and that is Crinzen. Fully committed and up into 4th position. Schultz back into 5th place, and there is definitely some rain falling. Let me just see if we can confirm. Yeah, there we go. Definitive confirmation. Precipitation once again coming down on the drivers. Very cold track as well. If the rain gets much heavier and the track starts to get greasy, it's going to make it unbelievably difficult. We could see another raft of pit stops, even if it is just to get a bit of extra pressure in the dry tyres, just to make sure that they hold off. Kraus certainly not holding off at the minute. He's got right on in the back of Frizza. The Lamborghini still holds the fastest lap of the race, and you think that is going to be the case for the next few laps, given the worsening conditions, getting ever so greasy. It certainly will, sooner rather than later. That's not what we want. That, I believe, is what we want. Schultz not giving up on this battle against Crinzen, although out of the last turn, once again, you can see the difference between the Porsche and the Aston Martin as the Aston Martin disappears off into the distance. Both drivers given the apex a wide berth, and in fact Crinzen given the entire Kerbin on the exit of the corner a wide berth, and that will be a slap on the wrist from the in-game stewards, and he keeps that up. We're going to see drive-throughs. Easier said than done, avoiding breaching track limits 4 times in a 24-hour race, but it's got to be the priority for a lot of these drivers up at the top. We've seen the gaps, a couple of gaps massively closed. Chris Frizza being the prime example, finding himself under some serious pressure after that extra trip into the pits. John Beaton and the gang, they managed to could have potentially used that drive-through to their advantage to extend their stint, but given how much of a gap they've got over the rest of the field, came in bang on schedule, and there's still 45 seconds to the good. And they're definitely lapping quicker than Verheer behind them. Van Dijk trying to close in on Verheer. He finds himself with an equilibrious 11 seconds front and back as Crinzen is the driver behind. Kraus still looking to get an overtake done on Frizza if possible, and Gilles Alleman as well, running some very quick times indeed in that 6th place. Now only 17 seconds down on Schultz. That gap definitely diminishing. It was over 24 seconds, 28 seconds I believe when we last checked, so Alleman Definitely closing in on Schultz. Schultz still got Lewis Kett close to him then, so Kett on the verge of unlapping himself again. It just goes to show you the pace that he's got in that Porsche. He could definitely be mixing it up at the front end. Bear with me a second. Time for me to take a very quick pit stop myself. So we'll pop this back on auto and I will be back with you in 2 to 3 minutes. So enjoy the action and I'll see you shortly. Oh, well, there you go. Very quick pit stop for me indeed. I didn't do my fuel calculations because we've run out of tea bags. So there we go, but a solution may present itself very shortly. Gregory Mashin coming into the pits along with Chris Frizza now. Oh yeah, 33 laps, Frizza 25. So pretty much on schedule for both of those drivers. Frizza with that extra pit stop because of the penalty. Seeing him slightly out of sequence. Benjamin Eck still in 8th place. Redfern in 7th. Aleman still in 6th with Schultz in 5th position. Crinzen, since getting the overtake done, absolutely flying, trying to close up on the lead 3. That is Van Dijk. The gap between Crinzen and Van Dijk down from 11 to 5 seconds, and Van Dijk into the pits. That 13 laps into his stint. Wow, that is a short run, and that is going to give Schultz a phenomenal track position on him. Aleman is going to make it through as well. Redfern could get close depending on how long Van Dijk spends in the pits. So this could just be a quick in and out. No, it's not. I thought this was maybe just a clear his stint timer, but Van Dijk into the pits 13 laps into his stint. Surely the rain hasn't come on that hard. I mean, it doesn't look like it. There's Chris Soter's car. In fact, is Soter still at the wheel? No, Chris Hill's back at the wheel. 17th position. But yeah, I mean, definitely, you would say the rain is constant. It's certainly light. So yeah, oh, and there is the pink Porsche. Still side by side then. Lewis Kett with Matt Redfern. So it just goes to show you how quick he is. On the verge of lap himself, but easily keeping up with Redfern in 7th position then. So Kett certainly in an interesting position. Van Dijk. And that is by no means a quick pit stop either for Van Dijk. But again, strategy. And 13 laps in, he could now potentially be looking to do a full stint. Trying to gain an advantage with an hour and 5 minutes stint timer in the 24-hour race to navigate. A couple of short stints could be the difference. Gilles Alleman. Again, looking very quick. That gap was at 11 seconds, now down to 4.7. Schultz to Crinzen now up to 14 seconds. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what the rest of the teams do now. Oh, as there is the race leader, just making his way past 4th place. So yeah, beating now a full lap up on 95% of the rest of the field. There's Van Dijk. Oh, having a bit of a wiggle through the last corner. That's him completing his outlap. Oh, and Livering's back in the car. Skylar Livering back in the Lamborghini. And just, I tell you what, Craig Hill could be benefiting here from the battle that Kett's involved in, although he's now got himself ahead. Oh, has he? Is that? Yeah, so Schultz then is just behind what's going on with Redfern. Yeah, he's got a clear bit of track in 7th actually, so it is still Mick Schultz that finds himself surrounded by back markers who are at the moment running quicker than he is, as Craig Hill is ahead of him, and he is closing in on Lewis Kett, although can Lewis, now that he's not unlapping himself, go any quicker? He'll certainly be hoping that he can, because Hill is in a Mercedes. No, he has just yielded to the blue flag then, so he has just let Schultz through. But again, the Mercedes likely to catch back up to the Porsche, given their straight line capabilities. No one else in the top 10 pitting then, since Van Dijk came in. So not sure whether that was an issue or strategy, but Van Dijk certainly, that is the shortest stint the team has done so far. Yeah, 26 laps, 34, 31, 33, yeah, so they were pulling longer stints right through, but that one definitely shorter. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out towards the end of, not the end of this stint, but the end of the next one. Looking for... Oh, it's Siliev that is back out on track. There he is, Yevgeny Siliev. He is back out on track. Again, another car catching up to... another mission spin now. It is Morgenstern in the Porsche. Morgenstern 13 laps into his stint. And Aston Martin, look how much more pace that Aston Martin has got. It's like the Porsche is standing still as they come up the hill through turns 3 and 4 towards the bus stop chicane. And it's going to be Siliev comfortably in front into the braking zone. Incredible just how outgunned that Porsche is sometimes. especially when the car it's chasing gets a phenomenal exit from turn number 1, and that is Cilia back up to 11th position then. Morgenstern with a lot of work to do there because he has got Liverink behind him, and that Lambo, as we can see with a purple number next to his name, we know to be absolutely no slouch around this course. Still a bit of precipitation falling from the sky. Again, it is constant, but it is very light indeed. So the track is going to be, yeah, an interesting proposition for the drivers to try and get the tyres working for. Ian Thompson's come out for the FRL team. He's taken a stint in the Porsche. They're currently in 23rd position, just behind Luca Giannone for the E-Tracks team. I'm thinking it's Giannone that's doing this solo. It is indeed. He was originally going to be driving the Ferrari, but he has taken the undertaken this race on his own. Yeah, again, we'll just let that one sink in for a second. Benjamin Eck comes into the pits. He's had a phenomenal couple of stints when he's been out. His teammates have done not too bad as well, and he's got a strong lineup backing him. 33 laps in to this stint. He's got Zach Dahl, Osiris, and the gang. Terence Keenan, of course, in that team as well. So too Rafa Campos. Rafa hasn't taken the wheel so far. Is he about to be unleashed on the track? We'll certainly see. The pit stop should be coming to an end any second now. Still beaten in the lead. 15 hours in, so 3 hours to go to the halfway mark. And it is 1 AM in the UK. So yeah, the UK and the European drivers, of course, it'll be 2 AM for them, so they'll be starting to feel the pace now. And I'm going to start to feel the pace soon, unless we'll find some tea bags shortly. Excuse me. But I have been assured we've got some on the way, so don't panic. The tea will be restored soon. Chris Hill looking to restore 16th position. It is Kett ahead of him. We've seen how quick Kett is at the moment. But Hill no slouch, and he's in fact hanging within a second of Lewis. So yeah, big questions answered there. Is Kett, was he being held up while unlapping himself? He might have been ever so slightly, but ooh, the Mercedes just looking a bit slidey there. Was that a graphical glitch, or the rain certainly starting to fall now? Was that clouds? Can't tell if that's fog or rain kicking up. It doesn't look like there's enough rainfall for there to be clouds of water to be kicked up. No, so that's just a bit of late night fog on the track. As we are going to jump on board with Skylar Loverink then. The Lamborghini still got the fastest lap of the race with a 45.2. Again, can't see that getting beaten for at least another few hours into the race, given that the track is so cold and now getting wet. And you can see Loverink again, Lamborghini versus Porsche, Porsche versus anything in this race so far. Oh, beautiful move by the Lambo. Really went full send there, and he's absolutely made that one stick beautifully then. 100% commitment there from the Lamborghini driver. And you can see just how outgunned these Porsches are. It's definitely the story of this race so far. The Porsche in a straight line. Wow. Manages to hold that one beautifully. Gets the overtake done as Loverink up to 12th position. Fabian Karner's come into the pits for the Advisor Racing team. They're currently in 18th position. Jordan Rose, the driver, looking to get that position retaken. And we have in fact got David Monceau out for the Italian job. Again, if I'm butchering any of these drivers' names, if any of their teammates are watching, I do apologise. Oh! And what has gone on there? Also, Hill got the overtake done, but I missed the overtake there by Hill. So he did get himself ahead of Lewis Kett, but then it looks like he's had a bit of a mistake. That is the 26 he's just gone past there. Oh, and the back of the car's completely let go on two innocent bystanders. And you can see his brake lights were on. He did hold his brakes there. That is just massively unfortunate. And I'm trying to confirm who the other car involved there was. It wasn't Schultz. Car number 1 and car number 25. Oh no, that was the previous one. Yeah, so I can't actually get confirmation on who that Porsche there was. Giannone back into the pits. He is doing this one solo. Another 22 laps in the books for Giannone. Colossal effort. Absolute insanity, but you've got to take your hats off. Ian Thompson still out for FRL. Morgenstern hasn't given up on the position ahead. He is getting to within striking distance of Holloway in 11th position. Holloway for the Wessex Racing team. And in fact, I think it might have been Holloway. No, it wasn't. Oh, speeding in the... Giannone. Extra trip into the pits for Giannone. Morgenstern in the Porsche. One of the drivers not quite getting the memo about the Porsche being outgunned. He really is catching up onto the back of Holloway in the McLaren. Giannone there, stop with 32nd into turn number 1. There is blue flags waving, but I believe that is for the battle in the background. Which isn't quite silly. Oh, what's just happened? Oh, the Arrows Factory team have managed to rejoin. There we go. Nope. And they've been disconnected again. Okay. That is unfortunate. They have... Yeah, the Aston, they've tried to connect... Yeah, they've reconnected and been removed again. So having some connection issues, unfortunately. Mick Schultz makes his way into the pits. And we've got Lewis Kett in the pits as well. Hopefully not suffering too much damage. Schultz in the pits as well. I don't think he was involved in that incident. There was another Porsche. I can't quite figure out. I don't think it was Kraus either. But certainly Kett in the pits. Hill makes his way past after recovering from his mistake. Or not even so much of a mistake, just the back end of the car completely letting go on him. Siliev closing right in on Morgenstern. Now Morgenstern was looking to get a counter move made on Holloway. Now finds himself coming under serious amounts of pressure from Siliev, and this is another one. A battle I don't see lasting too long, given we've already seen how much quicker the Aston Martin is at the top end versus the Porsche. Oh, and some interesting times ahead. Is that Lovering getting involved? No, so that's Aaron Holloway. Oh, and that's Schultz's car just out of the pits. And it's Baratella that is behind the wheel. All the cars making it through. Now he has got Crinzen ahead of him, just behind him in fact, so that's third place that's currently in the middle of all this. And not only that, race leader John Baton is just behind him. So this is extremely confusing times. So that is John Baton that's in there. Baratella is in there, and so is David Crinzin. That rain still lightly falling, so the track won't be getting full wet, obviously, with the drivers driving over it the way they are, keeping the track dry-ish. But it certainly won't be helping. Siliev on Holloway, still looking for that overtake. Oh, and they've got that is Astro Racing. Oh, just on the way through the penultimate corner, and Siliev getting a great run. Oh, he's going to go round the outside. Holloway then makes that move beautifully, and that brings John Beaton into play then, the race leader. Now coming up onto the back of this battle, so there's blue flags waving furiously. There's Crimson, you can see, just going into turn number 1. And that is Siliev then in 11th position. He's got the race leader just behind him. So you can see just how much of a gap that John Beaton's got over the rest of the field, when that is Crinzin in 3rd place, on the verge of being lapped, certainly within the next lap or two. Holloway, all the action happening all at once. Oh, stop go for Spin. Oh, 2 laps remaining for Giannone. Has he picked up another penalty? Oh, he has. He's coming to the penalty to serve his penalty. He's coming to the pit stops to serve his penalty, and he's been given another penalty for committing the same offence. I think sums that one up. Yes, so back-to-back stop go 30-second penalties for Giannone then. Given that he is 5.5, 6, 7 hours in. 7 hours of racing, a couple of mistakes likely to creep in here and there, and back-to-back penalties. We're going to see Giannone drop down the lap count. He's currently 13 laps down on the race leader, who is effectively a lap up on the entire field. In fact, he is coming up to lap for her. He did make his way past Crinzin. Aleman still running in 4th, with Van Dijk in 5th. Still curious as to what went on, why he took that stop after 13 laps. That was a strange one considering the way they were running. Can't see it being the track conditions. If you look, there is water falling, but again, it's not enough to cause any type of wetness really on the track. Temperature of the track down to 16 degrees, and as you can see, at 9:54 PM, can confirm, have been to America, and it does get this dark at this time of night, which seems strange to some parts of the world, given here in Scotland it might not be the hottest, but we certainly still get sunlight until much later times than this, so it is going to be pitch black for the next 4 to 5 hours at least. For the drivers in game. Darkness descending, and it's definitely going to be hanging about. John Beaton's not hanging about up at the front. Really is firing through the laps at the minute. Consistently, as you would expect, one of the fastest drivers on the track. Jos van Dijk, though, certainly getting the bit between his teeth after that extra trip into the pits. Or certainly what from my end seems unscheduled. The team perhaps accounting for it, but certainly he's putting in some very quick lap times, and in fact was quicker than Beaton on the previous lap. So he's not wasting time at all. Casper Baratella and Alex Zakdal as well. Zakdal back out for the ERS team. Mercedes almost looking like it's going sideways there through that long right-hander. Warby out on track, Sean. The Wesset Racing Porsche. Getting very close to Jordan Rose. Oh, right on that inside curve. It is massively inviting. Given the new physics, pops out the slipstream muzzle. Oh, and that was a whole lot of indecision. He used to be indecisive, he's now not quite so sure. Had a look up the inside, thought better of it, tried to avoid contact, thought he could go back around the outside. The driver ahead held his line, and that is Warby with a bit of building. That rain now getting a bit heavier, is it? Do we think? Certainly can't see anything from this view. When you jump in the helmet cam though, still falling at a fairly constant pace. Not enough to get the track wet. Certainly make it slightly greasy in a couple of positions. I wonder if we're going to see any more pit stops. Giannone coming in to serve another stop go 30 seconds as Marcel Kraus comes in. 22 laps in. So again, a slightly shorter stint for Kraus, and that is his first was Nod that drove the previous stints. In fact, the two of them seem to be alternating at the moment. They do have a third teammate in there as well. But Kraus 22 laps in. He's taken his pit stop. Schultz not long out of the pits. Where's Schultz? Oh, of course. It's Baratella's just out of the pits. He took over for Schultz. He's got Redfern ahead of him. The pair of Porsches doing their best to maintain some Porsche presence in the top 10. Only 3 of them in there at the moment. And we have seen them struggle again in that straight line. Definitely for me the story of this race so far. The Porsches doing well through the twisty stuff, but in a straight line absolutely struggling. As you can see, the race leader making his way past Warby. Let's try to catch up on the corner ahead. They were quite close there actually. Okay, but since coming out of the pits, that has stretched out ever so slightly. Yeah, Holloway, massive chunk down at the moment on the driver ahead of him, but when he takes his next pit stop, oh, in fact, no, sorry, that gap is going to stretch as Saleev has pitted a lot sooner. Nod back out on track. Now where is that? 19th. Yeah, so slightly shorter stint for Nod's car, and a slightly longer stop in the pit, so potentially a little bit of damage being repaired there. But that is Nod back out on track for the Dog Racing Germany team. 4.2 seconds down on Saleev. He's still hanging on to that top 10 position. He's got Loverink ahead of him. The Lambo still with the fastest lap of the race so far. With the track conditions certainly not ideal for setting faster laps at the moment, so we're going to hang on to that for quite some time, you would think. 16 degrees the track temperature's holding it. Could get a whole lot colder given that it's only 9:59 in the race. Yeah, so a lot of cycle to go through. And that's perfect timing. A little late, just had some tea bags popped through the letterbox. Professional as always. So what I'm going to do, pop this back on auto, and I will quickly finish the pit stop I started, and yeah, a couple of minutes, should get back, and plenty of time before anyone at the top pits again. So yeah, back with you all momentarily. And there we go. The world is the world is a happy place once again. I've got my cup of tea. Just in time to see Crinzen coming into the pits now again. That is an early stop. 26 laps into his stint. Not enough rain falling from the sky, so these must be strategically timed pit stops. Given he's in, and Van Dijk will close that gap and retake fourth position as Aleman goes up to third. Oh, has an interesting run through the bus stop chicane there. So the track perhaps, oh again, hooking the tyre on the inside of that curve. Really not the thing to be doing. But yeah, perhaps the curbs maybe getting a bit wet at the moment, not so much the track, given the cars are still running over it. Still not enough water falling from the sky to get there again, to make the track wet, but the curbs could certainly be getting a bit slidey. We have Daniel Williamson out for Eclipse Racing's Aston Martin. Again, another team I believe that was supposed to be in the Ferrari. 15 of the 42 cars that signed up, in fact, were due to be in the new Ferrari. So yeah, a third of the field. Hence why it caused headaches for so many of the drivers. But we have got 23 of them still out on track. Gianone's managed to come in to serve his penalty, not pick up another one. Great to see. Running this one single-handedly so far. And yeah, he is driving it. He doesn't have another driver registered. So he is running this one on his own. Yeah, the only driver to do so. Everyone else running at least 3 drivers. Some teams running as many as 6. I would definitely be in a 6-man team if I was doing a 24-hour race. Of that, you can be absolutely sure. John Beaton then, still comfortably leading the way. In fact, has he? Yeah, he has, in fact, lapped Faher as well. So they have lapped the entire field then. There's Morgenstern in the pits for the Mission Spin Now team. Will he be handing over the reins? We will see. Holloway still trying to catch up to Nod ahead, who's all over the back of Saleev. Some blue flags involved in this one as well. Saleev coming under all kinds of pressure as the Porsche looks for that inside line. Coming towards the heel as the exit the boot section. Aston Martin back on the inside. The Porsche looking for the outside line, if at all possible. And it is Nod still. Oh no, he has got the overtake done, sorry. Nod in the Porsche has got the overtake done. And in fact, he's got an even quicker exit to the penultimate corner. Because the race leader is coming into the pit. Is he? No, he's not. Wow, what a run Nod got through the final corner complex there. Got his way past the race leader as well. So another driver that didn't quite get the memo about the Porsche being outgunned in a straight line. Morgenstern, his car back out the pits. It's Robin Bysath that is taking the wheel. Oh, and we've actually got someone in the interview box. Someone coming to say hello. Remember, you are live on Twitch. Please do not swear. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Crinzen. How are you doing? Oh, there we go.
Very well.
Excellent. Sorry, give me that again, Daniel. I do apologise. I didn't have the audio on for yourself on the stream. So
it's probably morning now, 1:30, I think, where I am.
Yep, 27 minutes past 1 in the morning where I am as well. So yeah, it is the monitor. Now, how have you found the stint so far? In the track conditions and the new tyres, it's certainly been interesting. We've had a fair bit of rain at the start that made the track a little bit greasy, but not quite wet. We've seen a nice dry stint, and then we've got a little bit of rain falling, but again, not quite enough to make the track wet. Curbs maybe slightly, but how have you guys found it with the new physics, the track conditions, the tyres, things like that?
My first stint was pretty good. I just did a double with the guys, so I've done took the car over when it was drizzling, and then it got heavier. Then it got lighter towards the end of the stint, and then the second stint wasn't that great. Pace started off well, but then it just dropped off a cliff. So I'm not sure if that was my fault pushing too hard. Maybe, I don't know. But first it was good, and we got from 5th to 3rd, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep.
Yeah, second stint just dropped off a cliff, so we cut it short.
And how have the tyres been? Have you found any extra difficulties in, say, getting them warmed up, getting them up to temperature, maintaining the temperature? How have the new physics been so far?
If the pressures are right, then you're good, I think. As long as they're towards the mid to high end of the range, they're all right. If they're towards the bottom end of the range, it's quite tricky. I think Harry said that in his stream, that if they're at the bottom end, you're going to struggle to keep them in.
Right,
so,
okay.
Which I think we've found.
Right, okay. And how do you see the rest of it? Well, what's your plans, actually? Like you say, you've just done a double stint. So that's you done... I mean, that's 4 stints you've done in the car so far.
Just 2 for me so far.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry, yeah, you've got someone else in your team with a very similar Tom Curran, sorry. C-U-R-C-R-I, yeah. At my age, trying to read Pitwall live. There's a reason I wear glasses. But yeah, so what is your plan? Like you say, it's 1:30 a.m. for your good self.
Yep.
So what is the plan for you? You're going to get yourself some shut-eye, or...?
No, I'm going to stick around probably, get some more coffee.
Nice.
And if I need to pick up any more stints, I will do, but I think I'm not scheduled to be until the morning now, 5:30.
All right, okay.
I might pick up a stint if someone doesn't wake up or hasn't set an alarm, so we'll see.
On the emergency standby.
Yeah, basically.
And yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting start. I did give some extra credit to the organisers at the start, despite the...
it's been fantastic.
Redfern, sorry, we've just missed a beautiful overtake there. Baratella for the Mission Spin Now team all over it. Oh, Redfern makes a little bit of a mistake. Extra use of the brakes on the penultimate corner. And look at the exit speed that he's got. And it is Baratella gets an absolute beautiful move. 2 Porsches battling away. And he gets it done on the brakes into turn number 1. Great fight between them. And let's bring in Karel van Hoorn into the battle as well. Oh, the Porsche gets the exit there.
Yeah, he didn't put too much of a fight there, I don't think.
Yeah. Definitely. I do apologise. Sorry, what was the question I asked just before that accident started happening?
When I'm driving next.
Oh, yeah, so you're back in at 5:30.
5:30, yeah.
Yeah, and I tell you what, just a quick question. I've been talking about it quite a lot, is the fact that the Porsche, despite the new update, does still seem to be massively outgunned in the top end. Now, you guys yourselves, you're in the Aston Martin. How are you finding it coming up against the Porsches? Because from what we are seeing here, there's just not much of a fight they're able to put up.
It's not as bad as it was. But yeah, the Aston still is better on the straight than the Porsche. So it depends. Some Porsches are quick on the straight, some aren't. There's the Lambo. Right, okay. Yeah, some are quick, some aren't. It depends on the setup.
Right,
I think.
Yeah, Baratella and Redfern seem to be doing okay, but a couple of the Porsches definitely feeling the pace.
I think they've wound on some downforce and some haven't.
Right, okay. And how do you see the rest of the race going? I mean, we've still got 14 hours to go. It's been... the organisers, that's what I was mentioning as well.
That's the one, yeah.
Yes, the event, I mean, massive. Kuno's definitely need to be hanging their head in shame, but the organisers, considering the problems that they were throwing, to get the race even started and then have the server shut down and get it going again.
Yep.
But yeah, massive pat on the back for the organisers, I would say.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it's the first time I've raced with these guys, but I've used SimGrid for a little while. But yeah, we need 24 hours, like, hard to organise. We've done a few in the past, and they are a pain. There's a lot of work that goes into it, so yeah, great job from the guys, I think.
Yeah, very good job indeed. Steele's just come out with the pits in the Lambo. Jonathan Steele taking a stint.
Yep.
How do you see the race going realistically for yourselves between, I mean, I know we've still got 14 hours to go, so we've still got over half the race to go, but up into third place at one point, and your team so far, you're certainly putting in lap times that are more than comparable with the drivers in the top 5. Obviously, beaten in the Aston up at the front.
We're going to jump something against
they
P1.
Are different grades.
P3's on the cards though. If we can keep the tyres over the stint, then we're okay.
Right, okay, so you reckon P3's on the card. I was actually wondering about that. I didn't see a lot of Hondas. I'd love to find out how the Honda's doing with its tyres at the end of a stint. I know you guys are in the Aston, but the Honda was always one that really struggled.
I think even in 1.8, they struggle with the tyres. So we've been doing another series where they have limited tyre sets.
All right, okay.
They always struggle.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Giannone, and we've only got one Honda, and he's actually doing the whole race on his own.
Solo. Fair play. If he's backwards, we know why, don't we?
Indeed, yeah, but the Honda, so look at Giannone. He is rattling the whole race single-handed. And I tell you what, the poor soul. He came in to take a pit stop, got stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane, came in to serve that and got the same penalty again.
So he put his feet in the toilet.
Yeah, potentially, just any
excuse.
Flying into pits as quickly as possible. Oh, I've just seen him have a bit of an off track.
It's tricky to that.
The bus stop. Actually, let me just confirm that question. We're noticing, like you say, we're on board with John Beaton at the moment. We can see there is a bit of rainfall and the track's obviously not getting wet. Is it having any effect on the curbs?
Not really, no. Curbs fine. Yeah, curbs are absolutely fine. It's you see if you get offline, you have the problem.
Right.
As soon as you're offline, you're on the water or the marbles, and that's it. Curbs around here are all fine. I think the things any you can't use in the wet.
Right. Oh. Yeah, just a few questions that were. I'm still curious about the tyre life over the 24 hours. I imagine there's quite a few teams that are still scrambling for data, given that the update was only 3 days ago.
Yeah, we're figuring out as we go. Some stints are good, some stints are bad, and we're just figuring out as we go, really.
Yeah, 14 hours. So they're basically going to be 14 hours of testing for most of the teams, and then a 49-minute sprint race at the end.
That's basically it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and we're going to be here for most of it. Oh, Beaton just running offline, being unlapped by someone there. Track getting ever so slightly greasy now.
So far, it doesn't matter, I don't think.
No. And there's Redfern into the pits as well.
Yeah, so we're running a bit out of sync now, so some of the guys in front of us should be pitting.
They are. Yeah, well, that's Redfern on lap 31. Faher, Aleman and Beaton are all about to pit. Yep. Van Dijk pitted 13 laps into his stint, interestingly enough.
They must have had a pressure problem or something, I'm not sure, because we were surprised that they came in.
Yeah, that massively surprised me, given that they've consistently run 31, 32 lap stints, 35 lap stints, even early doors. So, yeah, that one, an interesting one. We'll see how that...
they went from about 20 odd seconds ahead of us to about 11, 10, and then 9. Right, so they must have had a problem, or must have had damage or bad pressures or something to get it fixed and get back out.
Oh, and there is...
NW in.
Oh, Siliev's been given a 15-second penalty for causing contact.
I've missed that.
Missed that as well. And there's Faher coming into pits just as we predicted from the GTR Masters team. That Henrik Horvath, he did a stint. He's quick. Woo.
I think I've raced with a relation of him, Imre Horvath.
Oh, potentially.
Yeah, I think it must be related. Yeah, I've raced against him and other stuff.
Henrik is quick. The GTR Masters, that is definitely a team that you can say has got strength and depth. That is for absolutely sure. The mission spin now, guys, doing not too bad either. And yourselves in the Astro Racing team. Van Hoorn out at the minute. He is not wasting any time.
Should just settle in now.
Yeah, settling in quite nicely.
Cool.
So
right, I need to go get some coffee.
I was going to say, yeah, you'll need some coffee and something to eat. I thought I'd run out of tea bags. Thankfully, I've got a neighbour that just popped some through, so I'm
Nice.
well fueled for the next couple of hours. But yeah, congrats on the stint and good luck for the rest of the race. Fingers crossed for that podium for you.
Fingers crossed. Catch you later.
Cheers, Daniel. Thank you very much.
Bye now. Bye.
Cheers. Bye. There we go. So Daniel Crinzen popping into the interview box from the Astro Racing team. They've got their eye on a podium. That would be the third spot at the moment. 14 hours to go. Absolutely anything. Definitely still possible as the race leader comes in. 33 laps into his stint. Will Gilles Aleman follow him in? He will indeed. Exactly the same 33 lap stint for him. There is Van Dijk. Now with an extra pit stop, he can stay out for another 10 laps potentially. And he is going to temporarily, and he is going to take the lead of the race here actually. As we can see, Aleman just pulling into his pit box, and Van Dijk then does indeed take the on-track lead. Baratella isn't quite going to be close enough to get ahead of Beaton. I don't think this Beaton now dropped, and it is Beaton that will take the next stint. Aleman in pit box number 1. Faher not long out the pits. And Baratella crosses the start-finish line. He will not get ahead of Beaton. He may get ahead of Aleman though. And he has indeed. Does that look like the rain is falling heavier? Nope. Still falling at exactly the same rate. So as Daniel was saying, offline, slightly treacherous, but on the actual racing line and on the curbs that are being used, no adverse effect at the moment. Oh, Ryan O'Sullivan was getting close to Bizath there. Didn't quite get the run through the final couple of corners that he needed, and that gap is going to stretch back out. That's going to be over a second now. Yeah, 1.3, almost 4 tenths he lost there. Which is a fair chunk to lose. Let me just pop that on. In case anyone jumps into the interview box, let me just see if anyone else is coming. Is due to come in. Okay, that was from earlier, right, never mind. Sorry. Using the word never mind, but yeah, no, I was just checking the chart. Where it is, interview there. Right, so, whoa, Alex Zakdal into the pits. 21 laps, so that's another shorter stint there. So we're seeing quite a few short stints, and we're seeing a yellow flag as well. That is for Forsch. Jean Forsch out for the Le Rohan Woololo team. Wololo. Yeah, close enough. But yeah, he was just off track there. 5 seconds down on Williamson in 19th position. Bigiani couldn't make his way back in. Warby for Wessex Racing, still trying to close in on Carner. Craig Hill recovered from that contact where he was sandwiched by Porsches. O'Sullivan getting back to within a second of Bisath. And Siliev, he's got that penalty to serve when he comes in, and that is going to cause him problems when he comes back out. He's only got 5 laps left, approximately, before he's going to be coming in. With confirmation Williamson ahead of Forsch. I'm not sure why that just changed. So Beaton back out of the pits. Oh, and of course Van Dijk didn't take the lead of the race, he simply unlapped himself. So that's what happened there. Yeah, so Van Dijk unlapping himself against beaten, so he is now on the lead lap, temporarily beaten not far behind. And we've got another yellow flag. And that again is for Forsten, and I think he's coming to the pits. Yep, he's got a bit of damage and he's coming to the pits. And he's going to get that sorted. Oh, speeding in the pit lane. Giannone again. Yeah, he's only been out for 14 laps and he's come back into the pits. And on the exit once again. Stop go 30-second penalty has been accrued. That's the third one so far in the race. Absolutely not the type of consistency that you want in an endurance race, that is for sure. Let's see for her. Since he's come back out, looking very quick again. Did a 32 lap stint, very quick pit stop as well. And he is straight back out. Aleman has Aleman has given the wheel over to Johnny Manor once again. They're currently running in 4th position. We'll get confirmation of that when they get through the time in deltas. Van Dijk still got a penalty to take, and Van Hoorn not long been given the wheel. A couple of drivers ahead having pit stops. You see he's just making his way through some of the blue flags. That is Benjamin X, back out and battling with Saleev. And actually, while the blue flag was coming through there, he got the overtake done. So there you can see Benjamin Eck, in fact, goes around the outside too of the Astro racing car to get this overtake done. Finds himself in a 3-wide situation. So he backs out, the Astro car goes through. Oh, and on the inside curb. And that was the undoing of Siliev there. Found himself on the inside grass, trying to leave plenty of space. Left a bit much space, and it's cost him a position. Benjamin Eck with the Eclipse Racing team back up to 9th place, looking to unlap himself still. And there's Van Dijk back in the pits. 27 laps in. Force in the pits as well. And Force, in fact, has been in there for quite a while. Over 2.5 minutes for his pit stop. Van Dijk. Yeah, that is a quick stop for Van Dijk. But it does still seem to be an extraneous one, as Baratella and Manon both make their way past. So not sure 100% what's going on with Van Dijk in the team. But they're certainly hemorrhaging positions with all these extra pit stops. That is going to massively extend the lead that Beaton has got up at the front of the field. Phenomenal drive there so far. Johnny Manon up to 2nd, with Baratella now 3rd. Fair in 4th place. Van Dijk back out the pits in 5th position. That's certainly going to give Karl Van Hoorn a good crack at that. He's only 1.7 seconds down. And he's been out for 11 laps. So yeah, definitely something going on with the Bentley of Van Dijk. They were looking good for a solid podium. It does seem to be slipping through their fingers at the halfway as we approach the halfway mark of the race. Baratella approaching Manor ahead. 1.6 seconds is the gap. That was within a second not so long ago. There's Siliev coming in to take his pit stop. Let's see, 28 laps into his stint, so the stint's slightly shorter this time round. The rain's still falling at exactly the same pace, so the track, again, not getting any wetter. Baratella. A lot of extra steering input in a straight line there. just managed to avoid hooking that inside curve. We've seen quite a few drivers make that mistake so far. Manum absolutely flying through that sector though. He's got the gap back up to 2.3 seconds. And there is Manum. Just making his way past. Is that Hill? It is. It's Craig Hill. So another blue flag overtake there. Beaten now. That's the 200 laps reached and breached. And massive lead for over Manum, over a lap up at the moment. Van Dijk still completely confused by that extra pit stop. And Siliev's last pit stop was a really long one. Oh yeah, the penalty, the 15-second penalty. So that's why that was longer. Andreas Beer is back out for the Ribtech Racing team. He's got Craig Hill closing in there. Carner still running in 17th with Warby down in 18th position now. Williamson currently in 19th with Monsu in 20th. Forsch back out the pits in 21st position. Thompson's in the pits for the FRL team with Giannone back out the pits once again in 23rd place. Barrichello looked like he was closing in on Manon then, but they got now 3.9 seconds. Manon really getting a bit between his teeth on that last lap. 1 minute 51.73 seconds almost quicker than Barrichello behind him. Jonathan Steele's out on track at the moment at 10th place in the Lamborghini. He's taking a stint, and another driver currently lapping very quickly, the low 51s, along with Benjamin Eck. He's had some phenomenal stints so far. And looking at another one here, as he's trying to close in on Sebastian Alexander Nord for the Dog Racing Germany team. They're 8th at the moment. Dan Whitehouse is out for the Big Brain Racing team. He's in the Porsche. They're currently running in 7th place. Carvan Hoorn still running 6th position. 4.7 down on Van Dijk, who's still hanging on to 5th place. Those extra pit stops definitely detrimental, as Verheer now comfortably ahead in 4th. Baratella in 3rd with Manorm, and Breton Beaton, sorry. Still 2nd and 1st. And yeah, they're all looking pretty spread out at the moment. Phenomenal drive by Beaton. Just incredible laps they're putting in. Every time we look at the board though, very rarely seems to be the fastest car on track. But very, very, very consistent lap times going in, which has given them this unbelievable lead. 14 hours in, they're going to be a few laps up on most of the field come the end of the race. They're already 4 laps up on the drivers down in 15th and 16th. So yeah, really are absolutely flying. Benjamin Eck, really getting leery on the exit to the penultimate corner then. Doing everything he can to get caught up to nod ahead. He's got another blue flag to make his way past first. The windscreen looking ever so slightly worse for wear. Let's hope he's not using an in-car view. Ooh, he's approaching ahead. Just running wide. That isn't Nod that's ahead of him. That is that Mr. Baratella? No, it's not Baratella. Well, yeah, he has got a blue flag car just ahead of him. And he's got 15 seconds to make up to Nod ahead of him. A gap which he could potentially close. Nod's been out for 19 laps so far. Benjamin's only been out for 5. The way the stints are going, Nod might even be coming in pretty soon. Betting and Manham, they're just out the pits, of course. Baratella, 23 laps into his stint. Faher, 34 seconds down the road. So when Baratella comes in, Faher will retake that position. Van Hoorn's just come into the pits. 27 lapper that was. And he is back out, so quick double stint. And in 13th place, Robin Bysarth trying to get his way past Ryan Reed. He was close. He was within half a second there, in fact, but that seems to have stretched back out, so I'm not sure if he's had a bit of a mistake there. Oh yeah, he has. Yep, he absolutely has. Exiting the boot. The Porsche all at sea. Yeah, so the track's definitely going to be getting greasy off the racing line now, because that has been fairly constant rain for the last hour or so. More fun times for the drivers to try and figure out the tyre pressures. But Bysarth now 2 seconds down on Reed after that mistake, so really did close in. And that is... it's not Ryan O'Sullivan just behind them. It is in fact Benjamin Eck looking to put another lap up on him. 9th place for Eck, and Eck is definitely on a flyer at the moment. He's closed up 3 seconds on Nod in the last couple of laps, and Faher as well. Speaking of getting close over the last few laps, within 6/10 of Van Dijk. So Van Dijk not only losing time with the extra pit stops, but losing time out on track as well. We jump on bonnet cam. Car 18 force feedback issues. Oh, no way. That's Warby, is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so there we go. Endurance racing, we've seen a couple of cars so far. Actually, I saw in the chat a couple of cars having problems with their gears and their pedals. We've now got some force feedback issues for the Astro Racing team. They're in a good position for podium honours. There's Craig Hill coming out the pits. Bysarth back to within half a second of Reed, although that's just stretched back out again. Is that... What's Warby in the background? Is that Williamson closing out? No, Williamson's in the background, so Warby just letting another blue flag car go through. Van Hoorn then, force feedback issues, hopefully can get them sorted. But yeah, that's an extra unplanned trip into the pits, only 26 laps into the stint. More than likely we're looking, although there's a few teams coming in at the 27th lap mark, so that might not be too detrimental. Still got plenty of time in the race to go, that is for sure. Bysarth again right on the back of Reed. He really is closing up at every opportunity. Whoa, look, almost making contact on the back here. Did well to avoid that one. The McLaren holding the line ahead, a quarter of a second separating the two of them into the penultimate corners. The McLaren very quick there through that section. Oh, that is surely too deep there for the Porsche, and the McLaren is going to massively increase that gap then. So Bysarth getting to within striking distance. Getting over on the marbles, oh no, blue flag, he's letting Van Dijk through. Good thing he's paying attention. I clearly wasn't there, but yeah, so that's Van Dijk in fourth making his way through. So Bysarth again is going to have to look to close that gap and try and get a move done. That's Van Dijk. Van Dijk's cause for a podium certainly could have been helped by Van Hoorn's technical issues. It's an ill wind that blows nobody some good. Warby coming in to the pits now. 26 laps, so that is another fairly short stint. So the length of stints that the drivers and the teams are taking, massive variation, anything from 21 laps to 35 laps. Warby in after 26 for Wesset Racing. There's beaten back out on track. Steele. There's he. Oh, Sean Warby is in. O'Sullivan's in. Reed trying to close up there, and Steele in the Lamborghini. There he is there. 10th place at the moment. 20 seconds down on Benjamin Eck, who's still doing his best to close in on Nod. There's now 6 seconds separating 8th and 9th. But Steele in the Lambo putting in some good laps at the moment as well. He is just behind the Astro racing car that's just come back out of the pits. So he'll be looking to potentially unlap himself, as we can see Williamson in the background as well. He's not too far down on what's going on here either. And that's going to make it interesting for Van Hoorn and the gang. Are they going to be unlapped here? Sim Curves in the chat. Go John Beaton. Am I pronouncing that correctly, by the way? Is it Beaton or Beaton? If you go with Beaton mostly, hopefully not butchering his name too much. But yeah, what a race his team are having at the moment. Absolutely flying up at the front. They're a full lap up on at least the whole field. And 4 laps, 5 laps up on some of the drivers down at the back at the moment. Just getting confirmation of that. 7 laps up on quite a few of them as well. So yeah, Beaton having an absolute worldie of a race. Still 14 hours left to go. Anything's still possible. Baratella and Van Dijk still 3rd and 4th. Van Dijk not long out of the pits once again. Craig Hill has just been at the pits. And it is Chris Soter is taken over. There he is. In 17th place. So the Mercedes getting another pit stop done. Still the rain lightly falling. Getting ever more treacherous offline. So 3/10 up on his personal best at the moment. Jean Forsch for the Le Rohan Wololo team. 20th position, Williamson ahead of him, coming in to take his pit stop. And that... Yeah, only 24 laps, so again, another shorter stint there. Oh, that is absolute carnage. What has just happened there? That is Van Hoorn then. He's caught right up onto the back of Verheer out of absolutely no place. Verheer seemingly completely off the power then, into the bus stop chicane. Oh, and the Lambo could not get on the brakes, and that is Verheer that he's taken out in 5th position then. So Verheer seemingly massively down on power on the straight there. Van Hoorn absolutely gliding past him. And Van Hern taking a Lambo guided missile right in the rear spoiler. So Steele there, seemingly unable, just completely unable to stop the car. I don't know if that was a mix of slipstream or what? Mixture of slipstream and the greasy track, sorry. And I think, yeah, he's just locked up and he is absolutely piled into the back of Faher there. And that is going to be a fair bit of damage for Faher to deal with. Is he going to come into the pits? You would think so. That looked like a monstrous contract. So Van Hoorn then had to have an extra pit stop because he was having force feedback issues. He's now been re-gifted 5th position after an incident between 10th and 6th. Or what was 5th? The hair, sorry, was in 5th. He's now in 6th and he has come into the pits. And that really is going to throw his strategy up in the air as Verheer has only been out for 13 laps. But he's clearly had to come in and get some damage repaired. Dan Whitehouse for the Big Brain Racing team. He's going to gain that position back again. Benjamin Eck potentially too, depending on how much damage needs to be repaired. Steele has managed to stay out. So despite the contact on the front of his Lamborghini, he has managed to stay out on track. Verheer not quite so lucky. We'll see how long he stays in the pits for and we'll get a guesstimation how much damage there. Okay, Beaton. Emphasis on ton. Right, John Beaton, I think. Hopefully not too much of a massacre. At least not as much of a massacre as he's doing over the rest of the field at the minute. Absolutely flying. The consistency is incredible as well. Verheer still in the pits. Oh, that is a long one. 1 minute 30 and counting. Yeah, that's a fair chunk of damage they've had to get fixed there. Alexander Nod into the pits. Steele makes his way through. Grigori Mashin, wow, he's caught up in all kinds of action here. He's got Craig Hill's car. Sorry, Chris Soter. It is Chris Soter and Craig Hill, isn't it? It is indeed. In the mix there as well. Mashin looking to go past Giannone in last place. Gets that done very quickly indeed. There it is, Bysath, who has now got himself ahead of Reed and got a big gap there as well. So he's done well there, but Mashin is currently racing beside Baratella, who is in third. O'Sullivan's picked up a penalty. In the Aston for causing contact, so that is 10 seconds heel serve. There's Baratella coming into the pits. That's a full 31 lap stint there. So no issues for the Mission Spin Now car. Yeah, solid stint they've put together. That is them into the pits. Van Dijk will go through. And Jean Forsch. That is a big incident he's had. It was in 20th position. He's going to lose a hatful of positions here. Through the fast section of the course then, coming into the bus stop chicane. Has he hooked his tyre on the exit curb? It's certainly something we've seen. No, nowhere near the inside of that curb. Down through the boot section. little touch on the grass there. And the back end of the car. Steps out. Oh, and that is a cheeky little 180 and he's facing the wrong way. Quickly tries to right himself. Oh, and then ends up facing the wrong way again. And then has to hold his brakes for more cars to make their way through. And then gets himself going. So Force there, losing a lot of time. Warby not wasting any time. That is not a Mercedes ahead of him. Oh, that's Giannone in the Honda. He's just going past. He was close. He's just got the overtake done on Soter, in fact. Yep, so we missed the overtake there. So Warby has made up that position on Soter while we're watching the replay. So that's Warby up to 17th position. Baratella, is his car back out the pits? I seem to be missing something here. Bear with me 2 seconds. It is Schultz that's back out. Reed's in the pits as well. So there's Ryan Reed coming to the pits for Wesset Racing. And McLaren in and Steele in. You feel he's going to be getting some damage changed. Some damage fixed. Schultz back out. He's in 5th place. And Faher, after getting the damage fixed, finds himself in 8th position with Steele behind him in the pits. Kraus will be looking to take a position here. He'll go past Steele in the pits. O'Sullivan with that 10-second penalty to serve in the pits, so he's going to lose positions again. Reed still stationary for his pit stop. Beaten up at the front. And Mick Schultz at 5th place. Van Hoorn seems to have gotten over his force feedback issues. Hopefully they don't resurface before the end of the race. It's a long way to go when you're having issues. And there is Frizzer back in the pits now. That is a short one. That's him just on his way out. Why can't I see that on pit wall? Yeah, 19 laps. So yeah, perhaps the damage was a bit too much for the Lambo. So Chris Frizz is retaken over. Yeah, after 19 laps, so 11th position there. John Beaton still comfortably there, up at the front. Man Arm in 2nd. Van Dijk now back up to 3rd position then. So despite the extra pit stops, a couple of the cars around him have had issues as well. And he now finds himself back up into 3rd place. Does have the potential to do another 20 laps, only 13 laps into the stint. So he could stay out for certainly 4 laps longer than Man Arm being up ahead of him. If he can stay out for that long. Van Hoorn now in 4th place. He's 24 laps into his stint, so he's going to be coming in pretty soon compared to Schultz, who's not long back out. Dan Whitehouse is about halfway into his stint. So is Benjamin Eck, who's now up to 7th position. So the ERS car slowly making their way through, slowly making their way up through the top 10. stint by stint. Now up to that 7th place. Benjamin and the gang putting in some great laps so far. Whitehouse ahead of him, slowed down by some blue flag traffic. He seems to have steadied that. Still a bit of rain falling from the sky. Still just a light drizzle, really. It's kind of one of these, you maybe want the heavens to just open, get it over and done with, and yeah, get back to a dry track. There's Ryan O'Sullivan coming in for Big Brain Racing with the 10. He's got 10 seconds to serve in this pit stop, so that is going to give Andreas Beer a position back, no doubt, and potentially to Stanislav Hanadi. Again, hope I'm getting that surname correct. For the Wesset Racing McLaren, 15th at the moment. Jan Barth out for the Adweiser team in 16th. Soter still in 17th position. I'm not sure he's going to quite close on O'Sullivan with that penalty. Oh, Benjamin Eck. Talk about closing in. Has Whitehouse had a mistake? Let's just, that seems to be a massive drop in difference. Completely out of nowhere. I know Benjamin Eck's quick, but I don't think he's 4 seconds a lot. Okay. They both seem to make a little mistake there through turn number 6. Certainly Whitehouse coming off the worst, and I believe I've just seen that overtake. Yeah, so the Mercedes really flying. All over the back of the big brain car. Sails one around, right up the inside. Beautiful move there. As he managing to make that one stick on the exit to the boot. Up into the penultimate corner. And yeah, the Mercedes getting that one done. So that is Benjamin Eck then up to 6th position. So they really are making their way through this top 10 then. Phenomenal driving by the ERS team. They've got... and Benjamin, yeah, only 17 laps into this stint, so he's got another 17 laps he can put out there. And with the pace he's showing, would certainly think that'll be the case. So it's still beating first, Manarm in 2nd, Van Dijk in 3rd, Van Hoorn in 4th, Schultz in 5th, Eck. And now up to 6th with Whitehouse in 7th. Verheer back out in 8th with Kraus in 9th. Maschen in 10th place with Frizza now in 11th. Bystath in 12th. It's Andreas Beer in 13th. Then it's Stephen Tomasic for Big Brain Racing. He's come out in the Aston Martin. Oh, and that is an off track there for Forsch. Again off track. Forsch really struggling at the minute. There's Stanislav Hanadi. 15th, sorry, Jan Barth in 16th, Soter in 17th, it's Warby, sorry, apologies, keep putting an L in there. He's 18th with Williamson in 19th, Monceau in 20th position, and we've got a penalty being handed, 2:02. Johnny Manarm in 2nd place. The penalty's coming out in 5-second integers. It does seem to have stopped there. So 5 seconds for causing collision there for Manarm. Let's look further down the field. There's Force, who we just saw off track. 21st position. He's come into pits. I believe he's got some damage on his car. Yes, he does. Not the easiest to see in this light, but that bonnet is certainly separated from the front bumper. Luca Giannone still running in 23rd with Ian Thompson just ahead of him for Team FRL in 22nd position. But Van Hoorn and the team thought they were on for a podium. Some force feedback issues certainly put that in question, but with the drivers ahead, Van Dijk with extra pit stops, and now Manarm picking up 10 seconds to serve in the pits. And he has just been lapped once again, in fact, by the race leader. So John Beaton really is flying up at the front of this field. Completely untouchable at the moment. To be fair to Johnny Manham and the gang as well, they are the only team 1 lap down. Van Dijk 2 laps down at the moment on the race leader. So Manham now in the slipstream of the race leader, but a full lap down. So this will give us an idea of just how much pace Beaton has got. And he's got 2nd place just behind him. And you can see already the gap that he's put in between the two of them. Incredible driving. Mick Schultz trying to close in on Van Hoorn. So these force feedback issues may still be plaguing him. As we can see the Porsche having a good look through the middle of the boot complex. Puts it on the apex. Oh, really hooks that tyre on the inside of the curb again. Would not massively be advising that, but he has managed to maintain control. The car has kept 5th position, but it's 4th that he's after as Van Hoorn hangs on to that inside curb, goes on to the outside curb as well. The Porsche coming out of the slipstream, just positioning himself on the inside, really gets a good line into the penultimate corner, through the last corner. It's going to be nose to tail. You would expect Van Hoorn to disappear off towards turn 1. Given the pace difference between the Porsche and the Aston. But the Porsche hanging in there. Not completely outgunned, that is for sure. Oh, but into turn number 1, that is job done for the Porsche, surely. Right in the slipstream there, Van Hoorn running all kinds of wide. Mick Schultz with an excellent little lifted accelerator there just to avoid contact. The Aston Martin ahead of him really is struggling for pace here. You can see the Porsche having a look up the inside all night. All race so far, we've seen the Porsches outgunned in this position, but Schultz fighting back for the Porsches and gets that one done on the brakes then. Schultz up to 3rd position for the mission spin now. And that is Van Hoorn. Oh, finds himself running wide on the exit as well. It's still a great race so far by Van Hoorn and the team. That's 5th position he finds himself in. With Mick Schultz now up into 4th. So great drive by the mission spin. Now Van Dijk with those extra pit stops as well. And Manham with the 10-second penalty. Schultz certainly looking for a podium if he can. Ferrer's managed to gather himself after that after that lap, a few laps ago. Extra trip into the pits to get that damage fixed. But he's putting in some quick sectors once again. Can he get caught up to Whitehouse ahead? It's certainly going to be a big ask. Oh, as we can see, Whitehouse then, he's just lapping Giannone. And we've got Frizza just behind him then in 11th. And that is the Lambo closing in. So the Lambo looking to unlap himself against Whitehouse there in 7th, while Giannone right in the middle of that as well. Giannone about to be lapped by another car as well. Let's see what Frizza does. Right up the inside, unlapping himself against Whitehouse then. Whitehouse still in 7th. For her, 22 seconds down the road. How much of an impact can he make on that? Still 14 hours of the race to go, so not quite at the halfway mark yet, as Stanislav Minardi trying to get his way past Tomazic and Beer. Tomazic was just ahead of him, Beer further up the road. Oh, that's a big send. And he's made that one stick. Phenomenal work on the brakes. How did he control that? Really good work on the brakes here. Kept it on the apex. Aston outside saw the move coming. Kept himself right out the way. That is Giannone getting himself out the way. And the big brain Porsche is about to be unlapped from 14th as well. So Whitehouse's Porsche at the moment seems to be pretty seriously down on pace from where it was earlier in the race. 15-second penalty for causing a collision. That is Frizza Oh, that is so sloppy. Goodness me. That is Thomasich. That is, yeah, not the smoothest of moves. We've missed it on the replays there. Trying to unlap himself. Goes side by side, has a wiggle on the curb, and that is both cars suffering there. Whitehouse already seemingly down on pace, given that he's being unlapped by so many cars. And that certainly won't help the case. Carl Van Hoorn coming in to the pits. A solid 30 lap stint there. Despite the feedback issues. Oh no, it was Van Dijk that had the feedback issues, was it? No, number 18. It was Van Hoorn, he was having issues. But he did manage to get 30 laps. Which is definitely a decent stint. Frizza, yeah, the 15 seconds there for Frizza, that will be for the rear-ending in the braking zone, which did see Verheer have to take an extra trip into the pits to get damage repaired. Van Hoorn has come in, Schultz has made his way through. He's up to 4th then. Van Hoorn just exiting the pits. Benjamin Eck will be promoted to 5th place, I believe. Yes, he will. He is ahead of Van Hoorn now. So yeah, the Eclipse Racing Esports team, we've seen cars certainly moving up and down through the positions, having themselves some incidents or technical issues and dropping back down the order. The Eclipse Racing team have been on a massive ascent throughout the whole race, and that's them up to 5th position, their highest so far in the race. As we can see, Whitehouse coming into the pits, unsurprisingly, he's more than likely got a fair bit of damage there to repair, and we're going to see another, no doubt, penalty get handed out. Not that Whitehouse is going to be on the receiving end of the penalty, he was certainly on the receiving end of the incident. But yeah, he's going to be in there for a while, getting that damage repaired. But there it is, beaten, still up at the front, still getting the job done. Johnny Manarm still out on track. 24 laps each these two have done. Schultz has only been out for 9. And who has come back out? And yeah, Van Hoorn back out for another stint. Whitehouse still in the pits. That is a long, long stop for Whitehouse. Minute 29, so yeah, definitely getting some damage repaired there. Unfortunately, there's Andreas Beer coming into the pits for the Ribtech Racing team. Now again, that does seem like a potentially short stint. Oh no, 28 laps, so not that short. Certainly 6 or so laps down on what we've seen from some of the other teams. Just find that again, there we go. And yeah, that's Beer. As I say, 28 laps in, so that is, yeah, a decent stint that he's managed. Certainly seems to be the way the teams up at the front are going. Where is... Oh no, so it is Daniel Crinzen that's come back out. I'm looking for Van Hoorn, so Crinzen has come back out. He wasn't planning on coming in. As he was saying, he wasn't planning on jumping back into the car until 5:30. So that is a few hours early. I'm sure he won't mind though. Extra time behind the wheel. That is Chris Soter that he is just behind. Soter currently 18th position. just quickly make his way past into turn number 1. That's put him another lap up. So beating 25 laps in, so into his stint. Well, yeah, 222 laps into the race. Manarn still second. Van Dijk in third. Schultz. He's spent the least time on track at the moment. 10 laps into his stint. So he's done half the time that the drivers around him have done. Should hold him in good stead towards the end of this stint. As far as making back a few positions. For her with that extra trip into the pits, certainly not what he was hoping for. Dan Whitehouse back out after getting that damage repaired. Finds himself in 10th, just ahead of Chris Frizza. With that 15 seconds though. Ooh. That was, yeah, a bit of a bold one there to make his way past Sota there in 18th position. Giannone back into the pits. Solo drive this one. 24-hour race all on his own. So yeah, probably quite a few extended pit stops so he can take some actual pit stops. There is Beacon. Is that Williamson? I believe it is. Yes, it is Daniel Williamson for Eclipse Racing. Just making his way past the race leader. There is Benjamin Eck coming into the pits. From 5th place. Every time this team come into pits, they're another position to the good. Phenomenal. Even though the last 2 stints were quite short, 21 laps for Zakdal, and now 25 laps for Benjamin, but they're definitely getting the job done. Coming in from a race high of 5th position, Crinzen quickly takes that position as Van Dijk comes in to the pits as well. Another short stint there, 23 laps. So the stints for the Van Dijk's car, seeing they're getting shorter and shorter. And if I have a look on helmet cam, yeah, the race still pretty constantly falling as Bysarth comes into the pits as well from 12th place. He has got the Mission Spin Now Porsche brought into the pits. There's the race leader, still going side by side. Van Dijk on his way back out of the pits. Schultz well and truly through there. Crinzen is still behind Van Dijk because they're a lap down, and it's Mikel Fernandez who is going to take over. Daniel Crinzen, about half a lap down still. So the Bentley, guided by Fernandez and Van Dijk, will maintain 4th position, certainly for the moment. So it's all really at the moment about Mick Schultz and Johnny Manarm. Manarm coming to the end of his stint, and he's got 10 seconds to serve in that penalty. Or an extra 10 seconds to serve in the pit box. So yeah, we'll see what type of laps Schultz can put in between now and Manarm coming into the box. How much of an dent can he make in the gap that he's trying to overturn? That 10 seconds is certainly going to help. Oh goodness me, Giannone with another stop-go 30-second penalty. Yeah, trying to give his tyres a bit of a wiggle to warm them up. Extra trips into the pits. Yeah, is spending more than his fair share of time in the pit stops, it's safe to say. Another 30-seconder. as the ERS car just makes its way through. And that's not a fresh penalty, that's still for Frizzer. So beaten then, 28 laps into his stint, so too Johnny Manurm. Schultz only 13 laps into his stint, as he's making his way past the blue flags. Not sure why. Yeah, so I'm not sure why the graphics are flickering like that. Hopefully it looks okay. Hopefully it looks okay on the stream. Oh, yeah, it is lagging ever so slightly at my end. Doesn't seem to be okay. But there's John Baton. Still leading, Manurm still second, and Schultz still in third. Norbert Ferrer, after the exit tip into the pits for damage, he finds himself back up in 6th position. Alex Zachtal back at the wheel for the ERS car. Finds himself in 7th position, back out the pit. So again, massive improvements on every pit stop. The last pit stop that came in 7th, came back out in 10th, and came back in to the pits in 5th this time, and back out in 7th. So definitely massively trending upwards. Looking good for them potentially for top 5 honours. White House holding on to a top 10 position for the moment. Frizz is 5.7 seconds down, was got that 15 seconds to serve because of the contact. So that'll help stretch that gap back out again for White House. But of course, certainly running in the top 5 early doors. But at the moment, yeah, just hanging on at a top 10 position. So it's been a tough race over the last few stints for White House and the big brain Porsche. Frizz is slightly quicker on that last lap as well, so he is closing in. Giannone hopefully able to get this pit stop penalty done and out the way once and for all. It's going to be a lot of trip into the pits if he keeps making that same mistake. No mistakes for Beaton, almost sliding sideways through there. And yeah, definitely grateful of the colour they've chosen for their paint job. Makes it much easier to see this time of night. As you can see, the rest of the cars all nice and jet black. That was Fernandez. We just got a shot of in the background there. So he has just been relapped by Beaton. Up at the front, as you see, another blue flag there as well. Getting to that stage in the stint though, that's spread out. It's all going to come closing in once again though, once the pit stops get taken. Fernandez not long out, Alex Zachtal not long out in the pits as well. But Manurm, oh, Chris Frizzer having a big wiggle in the Lambo there. Almost climbed into the back of Warby's post there. But yeah, but Manurm Beaton are going to be in the pits pretty soon. Thompson potentially in pretty soon as well. But Beaton and Manurm certainly the two, along with Gregory Mashin as well, sorry. I think he is due a pit stop pretty soon as well. Currently running in 9th place. Kraus ahead of him, not long taking his pit stop, so Kraus I think safe in 8th place at the moment. Zachtal now 13 seconds down on Norbert Ferrer. And certainly at the moment lapping quicker than Ferrer. Yeah, he is. So can Zachtal close in there then? That would be quite the effort if they did. Crinzen is a lap up on them in 5th position. But pit stops to take very soon. So we'll see. Could be another few overtakes to come. Just after the pits as Warby comes into the pits, so Soter and Williamson will make their way past there. Warby at 1 point in 8th position, 7th position. Now finds himself down in 18th. Yep, almost wish I hadn't got those extra tea bags now. I've been gulping this stuff down too quick. Oh, there we go. Chris Frizzer. Who is this that's close to him? That is a McLaren of Hyundai just being lapped. Yep, that definitely is. Furman back out for Bysat then. Right, okay, so that's why I could spot that on the board. It's because of the driver change. So it's Stanislav Hyundai for the Wesset Racing team. He's out in the McLaren. And that is Frizzer, who is a lap up on him, just ahead of him. Furman coming in to take his pit stop. And it's Bysat that's going to take the wheel. Now, that is a very short stint for Furman. He only did 4 laps there. And Bysat's back at the wheel. So potentially some issues there. Let me just see if the Discord chat has got any updates on that. Right, okay, it seems like some drivers are struggling. Right, okay, yeah, there's a couple of problems. Bysat's still in the pits then. Sorry, I was just reading through the chat. There's a couple of drivers, a couple of teams that are struggling with the tyre life. Yeah, so a couple of teams that are struggling with tyre life towards the end, so that's maybe why we're seeing so many shorter stints. After the stints being extended out to 35 laps, now we're getting back down to 25 and 26 lap stints. But this is working in the favour of Zagdal and the gang. That's them up to 6th position once again, chasing down 5th place. Furman still in the pits. I think they've had a problem with the driver swap because it's showing Furman on the board and Bysat. No, look, there we go. Bysat, he is moving. But yeah, massively long stop there for Furman. As Bysat retakes the wheel. Furman only out for 4 laps though. So hopefully he's not had any technical issues. We've seen a few cars with technical issues, pedals, gear shifts, not quite working as expected. And that's caused a few issues. Hopefully not what's causing Furman and the gang issues as well, but certainly a short stint there. And Williamson is up a position, so too Sean Warby. As you see, another Mercedes coming into the pits. I think that's Soter, in fact. No, it's not. Oh, it's John Beaton and Manham, the 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 race leaders coming into the pits then. So they're matching one another stint for stint at the moment. 2 ra Beaton coming into the pits. Manham got 10 seconds to serve while stationary. Can Mick Schultz close that gap? Just on his way to the boot section now. He's going to close the gap. I don't think he's going to get close enough to Manarm to threaten him for second place. Certainly through this stop. Potentially over the next one if he can keep these laps running. Or keep the car going at the pace that he's currently going at. Beaton still stationary, so too Manarm. Schultz then just coming into the boot section now. And there is Beaton's car, and it's Marco Keddy taking over. Yeah, so that is Marco going to take over. Out in the lead of the race. Manarm back out the pits as well. It's Gilles Alleman retaken over, and Schultz has definitely closed the gap. That 10 seconds has certainly been beneficial, but not hugely though, for being brutally honest. Oh, and that is a big wiggle for Soter there up the hill. And that's going to be an easy pass for Schultz there, a blue flag. And through he goes. Perfect, right. Yeah, I'm going to need to take another very quick pit stop myself. Drank too much tea. Back in a mo. And that is an overtake for position, and I got back just in time to see that one. That is Fernandez absolutely flying. And yeah, we thought Mick Schultz was on a bit of a charge then, but Mikel Fernandez gets an absolute flyer out of the last corner, down into turn number 1. Once again, a Porsche outgunned, this time by the Bentley, and it is a solid overtake into turn 1 and a beautiful exit by both cars. Oh, the Bentley right out on the outside of that curb, and bit brave for my liking, but these are the drivers putting the lap times. You can see the rain still falling. Still just a light annoying drizzle. But it is going to be causing issues off the racing line. Certainly not for Fernandez. Back up into 3rd place. Daniel Crimson, he was in the commentary box as well. Back up to 5th position. Zach Dahl in 6th. We've got Grigori Mashin into the pits. That's him being overtaken by Frizza. Frizza staying out. That's quite the lengthy stint then for, 20 laps he's done on this stint. And Mashin, I really do need to get my eyes tested or rearrange this ever so slightly, so let me just quickly make this easier for me to view. That's not helped in the slightest. Yeah, too many screens, not enough brains, but we are up and running. That should make it slightly easier. There is Stanislav Hunadi coming into the pits for West Racing from 15th position. Jan Barth at one point in 21st, the Advisor Racing team now find themselves up into 14th. So we're talking about the Eclipse Racing team having a good race and being trending upwards. Certainly the same. Easy for me to say, let me just put my teeth in the correct way around. Certainly the same for the Advisor Racing team in the Porsche. They find themselves up into 14th position. There's Ian Thompson bringing himself into the pits as well. It's just, goodness. Thompson, only 18 laps into his stint, in fact. Oh no, sorry. Wrong Thompson. 31 laps. Yeah, no, that was a solid stint there. I was looking at the wrong Tom. I was looking at Tomasic. He's now out in the in the Aston, sorry, for the Big Brain Racing. It's still Whitehouse that's out. 9th place for the Big Brain Racing Porsche at the moment. And we have got Marcel Fischer, the Ribtech Racing driver. I was talking about Barth being up a couple of positions. Fisher and the Ribtech guys, I know they got a penalty early doors for a contact while James was on comms. Oh, and there is Chris Soter just getting himself very quickly out of the way. But Fisher in the Ribtech car within 1.7 seconds of Barth ahead of him. We'll just see if that gap has reduced any through those timing deltas. It has indeed. Wow, that's over a second through that last sector. Marcel Fischer absolutely flying. And the track definitely going to be greasy off the racing line now. That rain has been constantly falling for almost 2 hours now. The Porsche takes the outside line and then comes back over, makes his defensive move. Okay. Oh, potentially trying to cool the tyres down there, going offline to get some wet. That doesn't look like a double defensive move, more cool on the tyres. Down through the inner loop and into the boot section. Fisher really is flying right on the back of Barth here. Pits. Oh, extra dab on the brakes there for the BMW. That won't be helping his momentum. Let me just check. Their pit stops. Right, okay, there we go. So Barth's been out for 23 laps, whereas Fisher has only been out for 13. Slight slide by the Porsches. Williamson into the pits. That's for her. That is for her in 7th position. And he is just making his way into the pits, in fact. So let's see how Fisher and Barth are getting on then. Into turn number 1, there's confirmation for her into the pits. Oh, the BMW are really heavy on the brakes. You can see the wheels trying to lock up there. So maybe the rain is affecting the racing line now. It does seem to be falling a bit heavier. In fact, yeah, definitely an increase in the amount of precipitation currently falling. The track temperature down to 15 degrees as well. So that certainly won't be helping the tyres or the drivers find themselves some grip. Fisher really applying the pressure to Barth though. Barth at the moment soaking it up. Bysarth just making his way past Soter as well then. That is... don't know why that popped up on the telemetry. That wasn't an overtake. Yeah, sorry, confusion telemetry popping up at the moment. I don't understand why so, but yeah, as you can see, yep, that rain definitely getting heavier. Oh, Fisher, that BMW is so much better on the brakes, it would seem. The Porsche not only outgunned in a straight line, but in the braking zone as well. Fisher absolutely piling it on at Barth at the moment. And Longdon, in fact, we've got a new driver, or certainly since I've taken over, Nigel Longdon for the Eclipse Racing team. He's out in 18th position at the moment. And okay, he's just gone past Soter in the pits. He was closing in on Bysarth, but then the race leader made his way through. Schultz has come into the pits after only 25 laps. So yeah, that is another short stint from one of the top teams then. Sound of a travel cup being furiously emptied. So yeah, Schultz into the pits. Daniel Crinzen. Hutch is in the chat. How we doing, bud? Keddy faster. I mean, he's going pretty fast at the moment. 152.6. Not too shabby a lap. How are you getting on, Hutch? Have you been racing, Hutch? Let me just think. Are you due to race? Are you racing? Due to race, or are you on stewarding duties this evening? Good to see you in the chat, though. Cheers for jumping in and saying hello. Oh, Barth and Fisher have swapped positions. Oh, and it's Barth running wide. That's caused that one there. Out of turn number 1 and up the hill. His job well and truly done for Fisher then, as we can see, heading towards the bus stop chicane. The BMW doing exactly what it's done all race against the Porsches, although the Porsche coming right back. Barth certainly not letting go of this one. Through the bus stop chicane, he did get a bit close. I've spilt that every place, phenomenal. But yeah, Fisher closing in and getting the job done. Derek Broch is out in the FRL Mercedes. He's taken over from Soter and Hill. 19th position they're in at the moment. And yeah, the extremely changeable conditions are going to make this an interesting first out. And David Monsu comes into the pits for the Italian job. And Marcel Kraus is doing a double stint. 1 minute 15, so not quite a short pit stop actually. Yeah, 2 seconds quicker than his previous one. As Monsu oh right, I'm looking at the wrong car. That was Baratella with a 1 minute 17. There's Kraus's car. Schultz's car was in the pits. Baratello has taken over. They were 2 seconds quicker on their previous pit stop. Kraus is in the pits for the Dog Racing Germany team. Chris Frizzer then promoted to 9th place with all the pit stops that are going on. He does still have that penalty to serve. And I believe he's got a pit stop coming up pretty soon. 25 laps he's done so far. So he's got a bit of time left before he needs to take a pit. That's Kraus on his way out, and it is Sebastian Alexander Nod, in fact, taking over. And they are behind Grigori Mashin, and I think Tomasic as well. There's Barth coming into the pits from 14th, straight into 15th as Stanislav Hinadi goes through for the Wesset Racing team. I really need to get a mouse mat that doesn't move. Barth 27 laps in. Warby only did 20 laps on his last stint. And Robin Bysath with a long pit stop previously, so that should see Barth retake those positions when he comes back out of the pits. Faher with that slightly short stop as well. And Marcel Kraus, short stint, sorry. And Marcel Kraus, a decent pit stop there, 1 minute 30. So only 13 seconds only. It was obviously tyres and fuel there. But 13 seconds slower than the drivers ahead. And ahead of them is Marco Keddy, still leading the way. Gilles Alleman in second place. Fancy a late night interview? Don't threaten me with a good time unless you mean it. Yeah, absolutely. Jump in. Let me just see. Where is my Discord? Too many screens, not enough brains. Good morning. How are you? It is Daniel Williamson. How are we doing, Daniel? Oh, sorry. Let me take myself off mute so that you can hear me. Too many screens, too many audio sources, not enough brains, Daniel. You've probably guessed that from some of the commentary that you've been suffering so far. How has the race been for you so far, my good man?
Not sorry. First of all, thank you for the hosting. It's really, really cool. Your commentary is awesome, as always.
Oh, thank you very much.
To be honest, it's been really surprising. We're struggling a lot with the tyres. I think what everyone's tend to notice is that in the wet, their tyres drop off after about 45 minutes. So we've been doing mainly 45-minute stints to try and speed things up a little. But you know, I was hitting like 152s, 153s in the wet, so I'm pretty happy with my own performance so far. But
yeah, well, that was a question that I've been raising a couple of times in the commentary. I did wonder how the tyres were going to do towards the end of a stint, given that Wednesday, we've got this new tyre data, and 3 days later, a 24-hour race where, stint length, it is, to talk about vital data and ACC, tyres are 95% of the battle. I think it's safe to say. So yeah, a lot of drivers. Because I was wondering about the Honda, because the Honda was infamous for not making it to the end of a stint on tyres. But now what you're saying is it looks to be the same right across the board.
Yeah, 100%. We've noticed that. Well, the last stint that I just did come off the back of a 3-hour stint, and I think I hit like 39 minutes left on my stint, and it was an immediate like one corner to the next, and just no grip. I was going straight forward. I think the Honda, bless them, have really struggled this race. I think the Honda's been nerfed in more places than what the patch notes say, because that thing is struggling. But kudos for them for keep carrying on and not giving up.
He's doing it solo.
Yeah, that's just mind blowing to me. I'm done after 3 hours. I can't do any more than that. So,
Yeah, no, it's
good for him.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I know a guy, Andre Dixon Chen, did an 8-hour race solo once because his partner couldn't join the server, and to me that was an Olympic effort. But 24-hour race. That is brutal. Speaking of brutal, we've got a speeding in the pit lane violation, which seems to have clocked up a bit late, but it's Derek Brock in the... Or Brock, I'm not sure how to pronounce his surname actually. It should be the good Scottish pronunciation, but the FRL...
Yeah, Brough, I believe.
Brough, yeah, the FRL Mercedes has picked up a stock go 32nd. How are you finding the curbs, and how are you finding the track limits since the update? I know the curbs, I drove the 488 over some of the curbs at Misano. Incredible the difference. You glide over it like you're in a hovercraft now. How are you finding the track limits, and do you think, personally and in the rest of the field, do you think drivers are maybe being slightly braver on the curbs than they were before, given you can now glide over them so easily?
Yeah, 100%. Whether it's to do with setup or whether it is the new changes, I struggled so much with the bus stop when I was training for this, and believe it or not, in the Honda, and then we decided to switch at 7 o'clock yesterday to the Aston Martin, so that was great.
Wow.
But I was struggling so much over the bus stop, and then the moment the update dropped, I jumped on literally the first 20 minutes of the update, and I went straight over it with no issues. So I think what they've done is made the game more accessible to take advantage of curbs, because I think one of the issues with this game especially was in the older patch, if you went on the track like Imola, for example, or Monza and hit a sausage curb, you're off. Like, there's nothing you can do. You're either 3 feet in the air or you're in a barrier. But now, like,
or
it's
both.
just or both, yeah.
At the same time.
Yeah, but it's honestly, it's night and day difference. It really is. And then the track limits, I'm still getting hit with the no time gained coming out of the pits. But other than that, like, I think Watkins is quite a lenient track for track limits.
Yeah.
So you can kind of get away with it. And I noticed some of the people have been taking the cheeky NASCAR line, which doesn't give you a cut track out of the first turn. But yeah, no, it's so far I'm really, really happy with this update. I think they've done a bang up job, to be honest.
Yeah, well, certainly as a Ferrari driver, the 488, the 296 were obviously still holding off judgment, seeing as it broken the game completely.
Yeah, we nearly didn't have this race because of that car, but
I know. And
here we are.
I did mention that, and I think, it's worth mentioning again in this interview as well, but massive shout to the organisers. They were handed a massive plate of unmentionable, and they've turned it into a full-on picnic with flowers and roses, and it's been a great event. Changeable weather, phenomenal cars on track. Everyone pretty much in the same boat, guessing what they're doing with tyres, and we've got a three-way situation. What is going on there?
That looks like car 331.
Yes, I believe it is.
And
so it's
car number one.
Assetto.
Yeah. 331. I think 80's in there as well.
Yeah, they're all. I did mention that at the start. One of the many joys of endurance racing is dealing with blue flags. At one point we had first going past the battle between 6th and 7th, going past the battle for 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th. It was
Always
easy
fun.
to keep track of it all, I promise. It definitely,
Yeah.
definitely was. It definitely was, he says, twitching in his chair, rocking back and forward. But I'd imagine that's what James is doing right now. He's in the fetal position, rocking back and forward after the start of the event. But yeah, big shout out to the organisers for getting this one up and running. What are your plans for the rest of the event? We've got 13 hours of racing left. You've done quite a few stunts, you've just said. Is it time for a nap, or are you team cheerleader? What's the plan?
As a chronic insomniac, I will be up for the whole race. I think I've done 4 stints now, but we've been mixing it. I think I've done 4 45 minutes, so I've done 3. No, nearly my whole stint actually, nearly my whole drive time. But we're going to see how it goes. With our times are very, very similar. Shout out to the Eclipse Racing guys as well. They've been doing an amazing job. I think we've got 2 or 3 cars in the field, and they're all doing really well. But shout out to my boys. Where are we? Alan, Nigel, and Chris doing an awesome job. We're going to see how it goes. If one of the guys needs to pop off for a nap, or they're just too tired, I'll jump in. More racing I can do, the better, basically.
Oh, that's contact in a straight line. Let's not do that, please. Thank you.
I
very
did
much.
see. Yeah.
On the whole, it's been good, but when there's been a couple of mistakes, It's been some interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the weather doesn't help. The weather certainly doesn't help. But
no, it certainly doesn't. And actually, can you confirm something for me? I know Christian Romano, of course, Mr. Chromedix, a driver in the ERS, and he is constantly telling me how he is the quickest driver in ERS. Is this true?
I wouldn't know, unfortunately. I wouldn't know. I no comment.
I was throwing Christian under the bus. That was the perfect opportunity to do so. But no, you took the politically correct avenue, Daniel, and massively respected for that. But I take it you're at least now going to have yourself a bit of a cup of tea, coffee, something to eat. What's on the menu for the midnight munches for the sim racing enthusiast?
Well, I've had 2 cans of Monster, so I'm trying to decide when's the right time to crack open the third. I've got to really nail it, just as much as I'm nailing my strategy.
Hey,
let's just say it. And to be honest, we've got bugger all in the kitchen, so I don't know what I'm going to cook up, but I'll think of something. But I've got a pretty decent break ahead of me, so I might just kick back and relax and check the stream on the TV and just watch it out from the sidelines a little bit.
Yeah, get the feet up and enjoy. I'll be here for another hour and 20 minutes.
Lovely jubbly.
So another hour and 20 minutes of coverage coming your way. Yeah, there'll be no end of excitement and action, you can absolutely guarantee it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, your sultry Scottish voice and phrasings make this a bang up stream. So,
and I can confirm I did offer to pay Daniel £10 per compliment. You're a rich man by the end of this one.
I'm extremely rich. Extremely rich. I'm going to buy myself some Go setups when I'm finished with this.
Yeah, just not for the 296.
No,
unless you
or the
plan
Honda.
on doing 24 hours on your own.
Or sideways.
Phenomenal. Well, Daniel, listen, I'll let you go and get yourself something to eat. If you want to jump back in before my hour and 20 minutes is up, feel absolutely free. But yeah, get yourself some refreshment, you absolute madman, and enjoy the rest of your race. If you do jump back in, all the better. If you don't, then I will no doubt speak to you again very soon. But yeah, best of luck for you and the guys for the rest of the race, my man.
Thank you very much, my dude.
Cheers, Daniel.
Cheers.
Thank you. There we go. Daniel Williamson running in the Eclipse racing car along with Nigel London, currently in 17th position. The Aston Martin, and they've been given a bit of a gift as Stephen Tomazic just ahead of them in the Big Brain racing car has picked up a stop go 30-second penalty. So the track limits themselves not proving to be an issue for the drivers in this race, but the Watkins Glen pit lane is taking 0 prisoners this evening. And another car falling foul of those limits. And I'm just having a look here. This is Baratella that we're on board with, and this is a solid battle for 4th position as Crimson finds himself with a rear spoiler full of competitors. And in fact, that is Loverink that's making his way through. Skylar Loverink in the Lamborghini looking to unlap himself as well. So it just goes to show you the pace right up and down through the field. A penalty here, a penalty there. And it brings quicker drivers through the order right on top of one another. Tomazic comes into the pits to serve his pit stop. And it is Sean Warby into the pits as well. Oh, excuse me. So Warby in the pits for Wessex Racing. Tomazic in to serve that penalty. Zakdal will be more than happy to see the telemetry boards up ahead. Baratella and Crimson battling wholeheartedly. Baratella still trying to catch up as Lovrink still looking to unlap himself. And he is absolutely hanging pace-wise with the drivers much further up the orders. You can see the Porsche Ford double slipstream. Owen absolutely makes the most of it on exit then, so that is the Porsche of Baratella absolutely taking a run at the Aston of Crimson ahead of him. Oh, it's absolutely nose to tail as they fly along the back straight into the bus stop chicane. We are going to see a potential side-by-side then. Baratella looks for the outside line. Aston Martin drifts over to make his defensive move, is what I was trying to say, over the curves. Oh, the Porsche really hanging on. The Aston running ever so slightly wide, tries to pull it back in. The Porsche looking for a look up the inside, almost makes contact with the car ahead of him, but holds onto the curb and onto the track and onto the position. The Aston doing everything he can to defend in. That's not Alex Zakdal in the background, but that is another car very close indeed as we come through the middle of the boot section, up the hill. Baratella all over the back of the Aston Martin again. Through the middle phase of the corner, the Porsche really is on the ball, and he's going to go side by side on the exit as they exit the boot section towards the heel. It's the Porsche that's just about got his nose, he's not got his nose in front. In fact, the Aston Martin comes straight back on the acceleration. The Porsche on the inside curve once again. Back end of the Porsche steps out. The Aston Martin has no answer on the outside line acceleration wise. Surprise there, despite the Porsche having a bit of a wiggle there on that inside curve, and absolutely nails that move and effectively leaves Crimson standing into the penultimate corner. So Baratella with a phenomenal offense there in that Porsche. Really did use every bit of the Porsche's strengths against the Aston Martin there, and got himself back up into 4th place. We're over the halfway mark, still 13 hours to go, and these drivers still looking for as many positions as they can. There is confirmation that overtake has been done. My telemetry has just flashed up with a warning. Oh no, Giannoni's still in there. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah, so let's just check up at the front end. It is still Marco Keddy leading the way. The Lime Racing car, originally supposed to be in the Problem, now in the Aston Martin, and into the lead, Gilles Aleman for the Mission Spin Now Mercedes. Having a great race up at the moment. So too the Bentley. They found themselves back up into 3rd. As we were hearing from Daniel Williamson there, one of the drivers, the tyres are indeed struggling to do the full hour stint. So that is why we are seeing... Ow, that was my knee. So that is why we're seeing... really clocked myself there. So that is why we're seeing shorter stints with a lot of the cars at the moment. Are they using the new cars at all? So I believe... so there's no new Ferraris. There was a problem with the Ferrari 296, so there's no Ferraris in the race. But I believe... Yes, that is the new Porsche. And I believe it is the new Lambo as well. Let me just check Loverink's Yes, it is. So it is the new Lambo and it is the new Porsche that is being used. Is that the new Porsche as well? Yes. Yep, so that is definitely the new Porsche. Yep. And that is the new Lambo. Yep, GT3 Evo 2. But yeah, unfortunately, the problems with the Ferrari mean that no Ferraris, which for a Ferrari fan such as myself is genuinely heartbreaking. Let me just bring this back up. Nope. Doo-doo-doo. And that just genuinely isn't working. Right, there we go. That is right. Jan Barth back in the pits. He has not been out the pits long. And that's him just making his way in. Yeah, 9 laps. So yeah, that is a 9-lap stint there for Barth. There's his team. Oh, carrying a bit of damage on the front of the Porsche. But yeah, up to 14th and they're back in the pits after only 9 laps. So that is definitely a short stint. There is Keddy still comfortably in the lead of the race. At the moment, 19 laps into his stint, Aleman on exactly the same pit stop strategy at the moment. They're pitting on exactly the same lap as the lead car. And at the moment, Keddy is averaging out slightly quicker than Aleman. Oh, Fernandez with a big run wide. That was why the incident came up with him. He was massively off the track there. But he too on a charge. There's Bysath in the pits for the Porsche for the Missing Spin Now team. 17th position. So Tomazic may be re-gifted that position after that extra trip into the pits. Derek Bruff as well. For FRL, they got a stop-go 30-second penalty. He has served that though, and he's back out on track. 19th place at the moment. So really is all now. Down to these final pit stops, the final pit stops that I'll be presiding over is what I mean by that. There's an hour and 10 minutes left of the coverage at the moment. So we will see a few more pit stops in that window, that is for sure. Especially as Daniel was saying, the tyres are looking like they're only lasting about 45 minutes. Rather than the hour and a bit that most of the drivers will be used to. Right, okay, yeah, drivers in the chat are saying you really need to drive the cars super gently now to avoid the tyres dropping off a big cliff. Which isn't massively realistic, obviously, because you'll see real-life cars doing stints with more than one stint with one set. Yeah, a couple of drivers as well saying that the Merc seems to be slightly off the pace. But certainly at the moment... Crinzen's in the pits! Oh, well, actually, yeah, sorry. I need to stop sounding surprised when we see stints that are less than an hour, when we've been told by drivers that the tyres are lasting about 45 minutes. That's a 57-minute stint for Crimson. And it is Domenico Bellotti that will take the wheel. Quick weather check, still raining. Track temperature, 14 degrees. The in-game time now at midnight. So 13 hours of the race to go. Crimson back out. That's put Zach Dahl and ERS team up into 5th position once again. They've got Baratella ahead of them. In 4th, still Fernandez in 5th, Alleman 1st and Kerry. Alleman 2nd, sorry, Kerry in that 1st place. Furman is closing in on Tomazic ahead. Since Tomazic's come out the pits from serving that penalty, has seemed slightly slower, so potentially tyre pressure issues. Is an absolute nightmare trying to get your tyres back up to pressure after serving a penalty. A drive through, even more so obviously at a stop go 32nd. Oh, Zakdal in the pit. Squirrel, easily distracted. Getting your tyres back up to temperature can certainly be difficult, and it would be a fairly safe guess that is what seems to be ailing Stephen Tomazic at the moment. But we'll concentrate on Alex Zakdal. He is into the pits. A 53-minute stint there for him, so the drivers are bringing the stint times down equilibriously across the field to account for the new tyre physics. I don't think anybody's going to quite be in the pits as many times as Luca Giannone is. I think he could be on for a world record. 4 pit stops in the space of 12 laps. In fact, 4 pit stops in the space of 7 laps. The same, in fact, for... there's Giannone coming into the pits again. Another 23 laps safely done. And... who am I looking for? Oh, Tomasic, yeah. So they've actually had quite a few trips in as well now. I'm looking at this. 12 pit stops. They've had. Giannone is in for his 17th. But yeah, Tomasic. Again, another driver. 4 trips into the pit within 6 laps. Which is what's seen them tumble down the order. Zach Dahl should be on his way out of the pits by now. Or at least one of the drivers in the car is Benjamin Eck, that's taken over for the Eclipse Racing team. And they've come back out in 6th position, so again, another improvement. Every single pit stop, they're improving on their position. Yeah, great run if they get themselves on the podium. Tomas Lanier back out for the GTR Masters team. He is 7th. But he is putting in some decent laps at the moment, not too far off the pace, in fact slightly quicker than Alaman on that last lap. So these drivers up at the top all lapping very close. This one really could come down to penalties over a 24-hour race. I'm just about approaching the halfway mark. I did say we were past the halfway mark because my maths wasn't working correctly. 12 hours will be the halfway mark. And it is Alaman and Keddy that are going to be leading the way. You would guesstimate 23 laps into their stints. Keddy's last stint was 33 laps. So too was car 202. Currently guided by Alaman. It was beaten versus Manarm. It's now Keddy versus Alaman. Fernandez as well is putting in some really quick laps, a lot quicker than Keddy and Alaman ahead of him. And in fact, he's only 4 seconds behind Aleman now. So Aleman quickly trying to close on Keddy. And I'm saying these two are going to be leading at the halfway mark. Fernandez could well have something to say about that, given the lap times that he is currently clocking, and he's clocking them consistently. And let's just see, 3.9, wow. He is absolutely flying. He has been out for 7 laps longer. So that could be the deciding factor. He is going to have to come out the pits. And within the next 8 minutes, if he doesn't want to breach his stint timer. Oh, a full sideways there. Almost lost that car. Let's just see the exit steering input. Oh, yeah. That's a whole lot of wrestling going on. Fernandez, that could explain why he's catching up. His tyres certainly won't be thanking him, but his team will be. 2.6 seconds is now the gap. So the Bentley, well, some of the other cars might be struggling past the 45-minute mark. The Bentley certainly is not. Getting faster and faster, 58 minutes into his stint. Keddy and Aleman still out there. 23 and 24 laps. If they do decide to go for a 45-50 minute stint, they could well find themselves in the pit at exactly the same time as Fernandez. And it's now 1.2 seconds separating them. Gilles Aleman coming under increasing amounts of pressure in the rear view mirror. Marcel Fischer's coming at the pits for the Ribtech Racing BMW. 13th position when they came in. Nigel Longdon will find himself taking a position. Jan Barth will as well. That is the big brain Porsche that he's got just next to him at the moment. There is David Hill out for Wesset Racing in their Porsche. And Furman is caught right up on the back of Stefan Tomazic as well. Round the outside. Oh, Tomazic facing completely the wrong way then. On the exit to the boot. Oh, and that is Silas Furman then charges his way through and takes another position as well as he goes past David Hill also. Oh no, sorry, there's David Hill there. But that one you would feel is going to get looked at by the stewards. Hanade into the pits. For Wesset Racing, so their other car coming in very quickly. Oh, well, that's been going on. Fernandez is right on the back of Aleman. And the rain really is starting to come down now. Track temperature is sitting at 14 degrees still. The Bentley pops himself out of the slipstream, heavy on the brake, right on that inside line. The Mercedes looking to try and defend on the exit, but it's going to be in vain completely as the Bentley takes that inside line, flies up the hill, and he's up into second position then. So there we go. I said Aleman was going to be in second place come the halfway mark of the race. Fernandez, hold my Sunday roast. And off he goes into second, into the bus stop chicane. And he's left Aleman with a full rear mirror, full of chasing cars as well. That is the big brain Porsche just behind them. So that is Whitehouse in 11th position, who is chasing the race leaders and potentially going to be to unlap himself as well. He's got another Porsche just behind him. Bentley kicking the back end out there. That was a bit of a brave manoeuvre. And it's Jan Barth, that is who I was trying to figure out. It's Jan Barth excuse me, who is currently trying to defend from Hill. Furman not too far behind, so this is battles for position. Well, there's blue flags going on as well. The 3 Porsches battling for position. Oh no, sorry, there's 2 Porsches that are in a battle here, Hill and Barth. And there is another Porsche there, that is Whitehouse in 11th. And then you've got 3rd place, Aleman in the Mercedes. And all the while, Mikel Fernandez has said thank you very much. He's already opened himself up a 1.4 second gap to Aleman behind, but he has come into the pit stand, so 33 laps deep into his stint. Fernandez comes in, but that was from 2nd place. And now Aleman is only 26 laps into his stint, so if he does, so he could potentially do 7, maybe even 9 laps. That's going to depend on the track condition, the rain. Oh, it's hard to tell. Is it as heavy as it was a couple of laps ago? Definitely seems to be slightly more on the windshield. Gil Aleman really hanging on to that poor steering wheel. Some extra steering inputs in the straight there. So I'm not sure if he's struggling for grip. Hill certainly not struggling for grip. In the dirty air behind Jan Barth at the moment. These 3 Porsches still nose to tail. Is 11th, 16th and 17th that we can see on screen. If we jump on board with 11th place, you can see that is his rear view mirror that can see the battle behind them for 15th place. I've seen a lot of this going on, drivers unlapping themselves or being lapped while involved in a battle. Some close, clean racing so far. A couple of incidents, we did just see one a few laps ago that's definitely going to get a rap on the knuckles for one of the teams. You would definitely guesstimate. Aleman re-promoted to 2nd place. Good news for Fernandez though, he has made it out of the pits and he is still in 3rd position. And given that gap, you would think he is going to retake that. Well, he definitely will retake 2nd when Aleman comes in to the pits. Kerry leading the race. He's on, as I say, lap 27 of his current stint. Hill and Longdon. Longdon coming into the pits for ERS, so that's Longdon coming into the pits. And we've got Rowdy Burns for FRL. He's coming into the pits as well. That is a short stint. Actually, not that short, sorry. 22 laps, so yeah, the 43 minutes. That seems to be a bit of a safety net for the drivers at the moment, given the new tyres are causing so much fun. So David Hill not quite so close to Barth at the moment then. He'll definitely look to catch back up. Barth still looking to unlap himself if he can against Whitehouse. Whitehouse still fending him off. That's not the interview box. Okay, let me just quickly. If anybody is out there watching, by the way, if you feel like sharing the stream, I'm just about to do the same. There we go. Excellent. In fact, bear with me 2 seconds, another quick pit stop, too much tea. And there we go. Final pit stop for me. 20 to 4 in the AM, and we just saw, just as I was leaving there, Johnny Manor's teammate come in and hand him the reins of the car. 28 laps into his stint, meaning Fernandez is absolutely promoted back to second place. So yeah, Fernandez and the team getting the job done. They definitely were slower a couple of stints ago, but they've really picked up the pace and are pressuring for this podium position. Hill is still pressuring Barth at the minute as well. According to this, they're right on top of one another once again, although they do look a bit spread out at the moment. Whitehouse still. Oh, and that is Lanier. Oh wow, how unfortunate can one driver be? We saw him take a Lamborghini in the rear end. Oh, please tell me he's not had rear contact from the McLaren. That would be massively unfortunate. He took a Lambo in the rear here that was trying to unlap itself. Oh no, and he's missed his brakes, trying to cool his tyres down, and that is straight into the barrier. Thomas Lanier then, and they were on a charge, making their way back through the field after their incident, and that is going to be another lengthy pit stop. Again, it's an ill wind that blows nobody some good. The main beneficiary here, Benjamin Eck and the Eclipse Racing Team, once again up to 6th position at this stage in the stint. But as we've seen over the last 4 stints, they've made positional improvements every single time. They came in the pits the last time in 5th position and came back out in 7th. Improvements all around. And Skylar Lovering looks like he's got the moves on Grigori Mashin. He does indeed. That Lambo is absolutely flying. Of course, they were on the receiving end of a penalty for causing contact with car number 80, the Thomas Lanier car that we've just seen crash a few moments ago. But Skylar Lovering and the gang, when they get those laps together, they really are flying in this new Lambo. Track conditions still rated fair to interesting. Got a bit of precipitation falling. There's Lanier confirmation that he's come into the pits. That's taken him a while to get there as well. Mashin, so many cars are going to make their way through. I think Nod may get his way past as well. Hill still trying to get his way past Jan Barth. As we can see, he has closed right up once again. Oh, the rain is absolutely falling now. Coming up to the halfway mark, we are going to see a seriously wet track by the look of it. And that's going to make it even more interesting. As the drivers were saying in the interview room, we've got an interesting proposition with the tyres at the moment, not seemingly able to last a full hour-long stint for some of the cars. So 45 minutes roughly what they're able to run. 14-degree track temperature and a bit of rain as well. Yeah, definitely a brave man that is or woman that is a race engineer for a 24-hour race 3 days after a tyre update. The scramble for data, I'm sure, has been pretty real. Lovering up to 7th position, and as Lanier still in the pits getting that damage repaired. Sebastian Alexander Nod for the Dog Racing Germany car there in as well. We'll jump straight back on to David Hill though for Wesset Racing, still chasing Barth. Barth again, another car that's made serious improvements since the start of the race. Up in the 14th at the moment. But Barth coming under increasing amounts of pressure from Hill. The only real plus side for Barth at the moment is he isn't up against another car, as we've seen the Porsche consistently outgunned in a straight line. Most of the Porsches, at least, of course. Casper Baratella in the Mission Spin Now car, absolutely flying themselves. 24 seconds down on Manarm. And they are on similar-ish strategies. Oh, in fact, no, they're not. I'm talking complete nonsense. There is a bit of a difference. Alleman, of course, pitted after 28 laps to give Manorm the car. Fernandez pitted a lap before then. Baratella is currently on lap 24 of his stint. Lovering on lap 21. Marco Keddy, 32 laps into his stint. He's coming to take his pit stop. 262 laps of the race complete. And we've not reached halfway yet. So we're going to get well over the 500 mark for the whole event. Kadras Gaming, what a voice. How we doing, kid? Not as good as yours, mate. When are you going to be back in here? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Oh, hell! That's not what he meant to do. Into turn number 1. Oh, and it's on the way in. He loses the back end of the car. Oh, and he keeps it out with the wall phenomenally well there. And you can see a bit of a delay in the replay on his rear view mirror then. But Hill has given Jan Barth a bit of breathing space for the first time in 4 laps. Thomas Lanier, since coming back out with the pits after getting that damage repaired, he's looking to get his way past Marcel Krauss if he can, back inside the top 10. In fact, that is a very good overtake there by Lanier. That's him back up to 9th. Krauss down to 10th position. So Lanier again, after getting some damage repaired, getting back out on track and absolutely smashing in some solid laps. And yeah, back up to 9th position. Loverink in the Lambo. They are certainly coping well with the ever-changing conditions. 7th position at the moment. Certainly proving a threat to the drivers ahead. So too Benjamin Eck, closing in on Domenico Bellotti for the Astro Racing Team car. Eck now within 5.5 seconds. So that's a car that has definitely had an absolute cracker of a race. Yes, Cage Musha. Apologies, by the way, if anyone has hit the follow button during the stream. For some reason, I'm not getting notifications for that. So, massive apologies for that. But if there's anyone that's chucked a follow, thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying the race. But yes, Cage Musha, unfortunately, there is an issue with the new Ferrari. It won't allow drivers to swap in the pit stop. So unfortunately we've had to remove all Ferraris from the race. That almost looked like he was absolutely drifting side on there. I recognise that car as well. That is the Aston Martin. It's Mashin, it's Grigori Mashin, who is just being lapped there by Benjamin Eck. He did look like he was going a whole lot of sideways there. And I tell you, full credit to David Hill. We saw him have a big spin not so long ago through this very corner. Opened up a big gap between him and Bath. He's now closed that gap right back up again. Yeah, exactly, mate. Yeah, the 296 is bugged. Yeah, it's absolutely devastating. Because personally, I'm a massive Ferrari fan. When you get told that you're going to be commentating a race with 42 cars, 15 of them are the new Ferrari. Happy days. Happy days. But then, yeah, the new Ferrari couldn't be used. So there was a few teams had to change cars. Some felt that they couldn't get a set up in time and do themselves justice. So they didn't take part, unfortunately. But yeah, massive loss to the competition, given the number of drivers that are losing. Although, to be fair, Tugberg, Bademke and the Lime Racing team up at the front in the Aston, they were due to be in the Ferrari, and they're currently winning. And Mikel Fernandez and the gang, they were due to be in the Ferrari as well. They're currently running in second place. I'm sure they would still love to prefer to be in the Ferrari. Oh, and he's gone for a big send in turn number 1, and he's left himself wide open at the cutback there. That was an extremely brave move on the brakes, really carried way too much pace there, opened right out on the corner and invited Barth for the cutback. It's going to be a straight race up the hill though, with a lot of slipstream being given up once again by Barth. We've seen him fend off hill before. He's going to have to do so again very soon by the look of it. Just having a quick look. Baratel's got the same 3-name abbreviation, that's why I'm getting them confused. Yeah, 3-lap difference, of course. We saw Barth come in at 9 laps into his stint for a pit stop slightly longer than the one he took when he actually took over the car. Oh no, sorry, that was in the middle of his stint, so he's, yeah, so maybe a bit of damage, but he has definitely been slowed down at some point. Finds himself in 13th position, and again Hill getting the corner exit he needed there. He's going to go side by side. Barth moves over to take the inside line. Hill tries to put it round the outside. Is he going to be able to hold this? He's got his nose in front. He's going to have the inside on the exit to the boot section. Barth still hanging in there round the outside. He is absolutely still there. With the Porsche on the inside of Hill getting the job done potentially. Barth still very much in this one as they come towards the final corner past the pit entrance though. Is Hill got it done. Barth, good lunge towards the apex there, gets a good exit, but the Porsche ahead, you can see Hill with an even better exit down the hill towards turn 1, and that is job done for Hill, up to 13th position then. So that one has been potentially a dozen or so laps in the making, but Hill finally getting that overtake done. Bademke wasting no time at all out on track. It's his first stint we've seen since I've taken over commentary anyway, and he is already setting some of the fastest sectors we've seen in that car, which is pretty incredible when you consider the conditions that he's driving in. Lanier back into the pits. And he's only been out for 4 laps so far. Oh, that is a painfully short one. After having to spend almost 2 minutes in the pits for damage, that's Lanier back into the pits. And Adam Coop, who's out for the Wesset Racing team, will find himself promoted to 11th position. Again, another driver making his debut while I've been presiding over. There was a fair bit of racing going on before I did take over. But Coop, oh, full sideways in. Oh, and that is a bit much input on the steering, and he's managed to save it. Kinda, there was a bit of contact with the wall that straightened him up, and that is the Lamborghini Lovering in the background, about to lap him. Whitehouse coming in to the pits. A very shattered 00 Raven with no Ferrari. Honestly, Kane, it's genuinely my worst. Yeah, one of my worst nightmares. To have no Ferrari. Too bad, but I guess the next hotfix will repair it. Well, fingers crossed. Cage, definitely fingers crossed. You know what these game developers can be like sometimes. But yeah, you would think that would be an absolute priority for them, given the IRL tie-ins that the SRO have. I'm sure they'll be keen to get that fixed as soon as possible. We're certainly keen for them to get it fixed as soon as possible. That is for sure. Losing a third of the grid. Yeah, that's what the guys and gals had to deal with today, and they did deal with it fairly magnificently. Lanier absolutely tumbling down the order. This is a monster pit stop for him so far. I might need to check the Discord just to make sure everything is okay. No dry tires. Right, okay, so yeah, there's a couple of teams. The Porsche seems to be struggling on the wet tyre as well. Well, so they took pressure out and the overall pressure's still increased. Wow. Yeah, that could definitely be massively confusing. Speaking of massively confusing, what on earth has happened? 2 minutes 29 they spent in the pits. It's dropped them down to 17th position. Horvath back out on track then, so the BMW not having the best of luck. I mean, it's been yeah, it's been an interesting start to the event for everybody, but Horvath and the gang, one contact, obviously not deliberately. It was a car looking to lap themselves. It was a wet track. There was a double slipstream, heavy braking zone, bit of contact, into the wall they went, and then Lanier, seemingly an unforced error, found himself in the wall as well. And now Horvath and the gang, who were serious podium contenders, now find themselves struggling to get inside the top 15. And I believe, no, that is Giannone just behind them. Giannone, of course, taking on the 24-hour race on his own. 18 trips into the pits so far. Running in 23rd position though. 16 laps down on the leader. An absolutely colossal effort. I really genuinely hope he's got gaming glasses, because his eyeballs are going to be in carrier bags on fire. He'll be able to use those to barbecue his breakfast. The heat coming off. 24-hour solo, madness. 100%. 100%. Although, what is it they say? They say there's a fine line between genius and insanity. Am I using the correct two nouns there? Adjectives? Is that what it is? A fine line between genius and insanity? So you never know. Maybe he's a genius. Baratella into the pits after a 31 lap stint. So yep, they are managing nearly an hour on their tyres. Pit box 1, or as I like to call it, Jigsaw. Jigsaw's house, if you know you know. Pit box 1, Baratello then in the Porsche pulling in. And that is a solid stint that they've gotten themselves done. Billatelli will go past them, but he's 17 laps into his stint. Jumping over, trying to pick up more rubber, trying to cool the tyres. So that's why we're seeing the drivers run offline. It's come up in the Discord chat that despite removing PSI, the tyres are getting even hotter. So we're seeing the drivers running on the wet part of the track, trying to cool the tyre, trying to pick up a bit more rubber. The rain not falling as much as it was previously, but still a wet part of the track again. That is exactly why Bellotti taking that line. Baratello has been overtaken by Benjamin Exo. Back up. Oh, well held there, Benjamin. Please work. There we go. Not quite as spectacular from on board as it looked from outside. But yeah, so that's then back up to 5th. That's where they came in from. Came into pit the last time, and they are only 17 laps in to this stint. There is Grigori, Maschen, Loverink and Schultz. Now out on track. Baratella has stayed in the car. Has he? No, he's not. Mick Schultz has taken over. Yeah, right. Pitwall Live is getting uninstalled and reinstalled very soon. Marcel Fisher for the riptech Racing team. 11th position at the moment and closing in on Adam Coop in 10th. Fernandez still a lap down, Manurm in 3rd, Belotti in 4th, and Eck still in that 5th place. A lot of pit stops still to be taken there. Marcel Fisher trying to close in, although that is some blue flags. That is that Manurm? It is Manurm. Just coming up behind them, so he's going to try and blue flag his way past Fisher and Coop while they battle for 10th place. Henrik Horvath, unsurprisingly, getting overtakes done. He's already got that one done. It's Furman, he's just made his way past there to get himself up in a 16th position. Long-time podium contenders. So yeah, we could see Horvath and the gang take a hatful of positions between now and the next 12 hours of racing. 24 seconds down on Longdon at the moment, but Horvath, world level driver, certainly from my experience in races that I've presided over. Just looking up at the front. Grigori Mashin out on a double stint, got 32 laps on his previous stint. Marcel Krauss, as we know, out at the moment, and shortish stint there, pretty much bang on 45 minutes for Dan Whitehouse. So the Big Brain Racing team going for the that's pretty much bang on 45 minutes for their previous few stints. So reports in the chat about the tyres only lasting that long. Certainly proving true for the drivers in car 74. Adam Coop has been overtaken. Oh, and he ran wide there. Unforced error. On the wetter part of the track. In fact, you can see, I said that the rain wasn't falling quite so much in the last sector of the track. It really is coming down now. There's clouds of water being kicked up to the drivers, and that was a slightly unforced error there by Adam Coop. Just slightly too late on the brakes, runs himself off the track and finds himself losing that position to Fisher then. So that's Fisher and the ribtech BMW back inside the top 10. Krauss has got a fair gap ahead of him, a Skylar Liverink. Pressure in the car ahead, that is car 19, which is Marcel Krauss. So he's actually looking to lap Krauss at the minute. Schultz still a bit up the road. In fact, it's almost a lap up. Oh, and we've got a yellow flag. We've got a car off track. No, it's not Horvath. Car 180. Oh, Giacomo Palladino then. Oh. Now, hopefully that's not a technical issue. We've seen a few cars so far this evening. We've had steering wheel issues, gear issues, and pedal issues. And that is a stationary car issue. Giacomo Palladino for the Italian Job Racing team. Massive impact on the wall there, and you can see a lot of separation with that bonnet there. Longdon and Barth both into the pits. Horvath wasting no time in taking those positions. There is Barth for the Adwiser team. Adam Coop has not given up. Oh, drive-through for ignoring driver stint time. Oh, wow. Oh, so Palladino was running it pretty close. And because he's had that contact and spun, he has missed his driver's stint timer by 19 seconds. Oh, wow. Now, here's the thing. Can he stop and get the damage repaired? Yes, he can. He's then going to have to come out and come back in to do a drive-through. But yeah, if it wasn't for that contact, he would have timed that stint absolutely perfectly to get the maximum out of it, but not to be. Derek Brough in the car, Longdon still in the pits. There's Brough on his way out for FRL, sorry, on his way in for FRL. Oh yeah, he's been out for the last 30 laps. Apologies, Derek. There is the drive-through cleared. Let me just do that in case anyone jumps in the commentary box. We'll leave that on mute for just now. If anyone does jump in, we'll pop them back on. Was that 5? Oh, 25 minutes is all I've got left. So let's see where we are at. Is the Line Racing team, Bademke still leading the way. Fernandez in second, Manorm in third, and Benjamin Eck. I did say every stint they were improving on their position. The last stint they came in from 5th. This stint they are indeed up to 4th place, but we'll put the waxing lyrical on hold as we jump on board. With Mick Schultz trying to get his way past Bellotti. These two teams have had some great battles so far in this race. And as we approach the halfway mark in the race, it doesn't look like either one is giving up. Oh, and that is the Lamborghini of Loverink. He's just unlapped himself against those two cars. Oh, it did seem to be going a bit slow there. Perhaps lost grip on that curb in, and then, oh, he's got no steering at all. Oh, and then all the steering. So he went from no steering input to all the steering input. Understeer to oversteer. Oh, and then another contact with the wall just to rub salt into the wound. But Skylar Loverick then from 7th position. Absolutely flying he was. Went flying into the wall. Tomasic is into the pits, and we've got a raid. Ignacio 2708. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. We've still got plenty of racing to go. We've got 25 minutes of coverage left at the moment, and then the stream will be brought back to you. But at the moment, there's some phenomenal racing going on, so we'll maybe just stay with it until this all irons itself out, with Schultz and Bellotti going at it once again. Schultz, one of the few Porsches that are seemingly able to hang with the Astons and the Mercedes, and he's certainly looking to do so again into the bus stop chicane. Both the Aston and the Porsche looking to get on the wet side of the track to try and cool the tyres down. And there's double yellow flags just popped up there, as we have got car 792, Chris Jones. On his way into the bus stop chicane. Oh, the back of the car did look lively when it went on. He's hooked it inside of the curb, and we've seen exactly what that'll do. That's a one-way ticket into the wall for Jones then. That is an unfortunate one. That car having a good race so far. And that is a big contact there for Jones. Loverink, unsurprisingly, making his way into the pits after that contact. And in fact, he might even be on his way out. Palladino just on his way out the pits after serving a drive-through for breaching the stint timer. So unfortunate, that one. Had it contact on the final lap of his stint and breached the stint timer by 19 seconds, which has seen him gifted a drive-through penalty from the in-game stewards and quite a few drops in position. We're on board now with Bellotti. He's been comfortably overtaken by Schultz. Benjamin Eck for Eclipse Racing. Looking at, yeah, 23 laps. He's pretty much, the weather's been broken for 40 minutes. And it will rain more in 30 minutes. The weather has been broken, I'm not sure. It's certainly been raining for the last 40 minutes. Jones, unsurprisingly, into the pits to get that damage repaired, as we thought. Rose, currently in 20th position, been involved in some good racing in the La Rohan car. Running 20th, though, at the moment. Still plenty of time to make positions back. The way the tyres and the weather's going, absolutely anything is possible over the next 12 hours and 15 minutes. That is for absolutely sure. Bademke still leading the way, though. Hopefully I'm getting that name correct. Fernandez still in second, and Manarm for the Mission Spin Now Racing esports team. Still running in that third place. Benjamin Eck, though, phenomenal race. Can't praise them enough for the efforts they've put in over the opening 12 hours up into that fourth place. And with the way the pit stops are running, it's going to be an interesting end. Is that Jones back into the pits? It is. Oh no, he's still in. Why did the marker just pop up there? That's strange. He is still in, getting damage repaired. Sorry, looking right up and down the timing board there just to see what we have got going on. Hill into the pits for the Western Racing team. Furman in as well. Let me just confirm that actually. 25. Yeah, 29 laps, so a good solid stint there. Schultz now within a second and a half. This is Fernandez again trying to cool those tyres. We're on board with Benjamin Eck now, coming under pressure from Mick Schultz. Schultz at the moment is only 7 laps into his stint, so that is a good position for him to retake. Up to inside in the Porsche, but the Mercedes is going to fight back on the exit. The race up the hill, the Porsche seemingly getting the job done right round the outside. Beautiful manoeuvre there. Furman coming into the pits. Schultz retaking 4th position, and that is the first time we've seen car 331 drop a position in an overtaking scenario on track, but still running in 5th place. The Porsche again creeping over to cool those tyres down. Eck, as I say, 5th position. As Bademke is still leading the way. Eck within a second then. So still hanging on at the back of Schultz. He's going to be coming into the pits fairly soon. 25 laps he's done. His team have pretty consistently been lapping around the 28 lap stint mark. We did have a few 31, 34 lap stints early doors, but since the rain's been on, that's certainly been a thing of the past for most of the teams. But Demke's only 15 laps into his stint, whereas Fernandez 20 laps in, and Manarm is now 18 laps into his stint. There's Adam Coupe. Coupe coming into the pits for Western Racing. That's a 21 lap stint, so that is quite a short one, although his team have been running pretty much straight up 40-minute stints. Again, the last 4 have all been very bang on that mark. Eck now losing ground then. Schultz really is flying. He's 3 laps down on the leader. He's got Manurm ahead of him, still to take his pit stop, so podiums definitely still on the cards. But he is going to have to go some. Manurm slightly slow in that last couple of laps. Fernandez certainly not. He is one of the quickest drivers on track at the moment. So too Grigori Mashin. We've definitely seen phases from Mashin and his teammates. Their lap times definitely more than competitive. And again, Skylar Liverink and the Lamborghini team, they have put in some seriously quick lap times over the piece as well. Just a couple of incidents they've been involved in, which have seen them struggle to gain any traction inside the top 10. You really feel that this should be a top 5 car at the moment, but those incidents and extra trips into the pits certainly putting paid to a top 5 at the moment anyway. But yeah, with 12 hours to go and a lot of pace under the hood of that Lambo, if they can keep the next few hours clean, they're certainly going to be in the running. Right, let me just see. Says that's been going 6 hours, which I don't think it has. But anyway, yeah, we are fast approaching the end of my stint. I don't think we're going to... Oh, potentially, actually. Yeah, we might see Benjamin coming into the pits pretty soon. His lap times, or his stints, certainly suggest he might be coming in pretty soon. Bellotti is due to come in pretty soon as well, actually, for the Assetto Racing team. They did have problems with their force feedback for one of their drivers. He managed to get it to the end of the stint. They're inside the top 10. Liverink closing in on Grigori Mashin. These two behind certainly could be a serious threat. Henrik Horvath looking to unlap himself. He's back up into 13th position. And he's got Whitehouse ahead of him in 11th. And then just ahead of Whitehouse, it is the Assetto Racing car of Bellotti in 6th. So quite the mix-up of positions there. Watching him down through into the boot section, this is an interesting dynamic. Horvath, easily one of the fastest drivers on the track. And that is... Oh, the Assetto car has just moved out of the way there. So Bellotti has just popped himself out of the way, let these two unlap themselves. So that is now Whitehouse in 11th, Horvath still in the 13th. Whitehouse still in 11th as well. They've not made up any positions there, but they have managed to unlap themselves. Horvath will be looking to do the same as quickly as possible, you'd imagine. They've definitely still got the potential to get themselves into the top 10, and the BMW out of the last corner should have the run on the Porsche at turn 1, and he doesn't. So the big brain Porsche in a straight line. Absolutely no slouch. We've seen so many of them outgunned tonight. The BMW unable to do anything on that lap. Can he get it done this time? How's the rain looking as well? It's looking like it's getting ever so slightly heavier. Track temperature sitting at 14 degrees. Thought we might see it dropping below 14. Potentially down as low as 12. Still only 1 AM in the game, I suppose, so 2 hours from now is when we'll see the track potentially at its lowest temperature, and then it should start to rise again. And there's still a lot of darkness for the drivers to race in. Whoops. Clicked the stream by mistake. There we go. And there we go. So, Bedemke, Fernandez and Manurn still leading the way. 5 minutes till the halfway mark. And Fernandez and the team in the Bentley putting up a phenomenal fight back to get themselves back up to second. The mission spin now. Mercedes having a great run to get onto the podium as well. Schultz making it a mission spin now. Third and fourth then. With Benjamin Eck for Eclipse Racing in fifth. Belotti is in sixth position. Grigori Mashin in seventh. Liverink in eighth, with Marcel Kraus in ninth, and Marcel Fischer for Ribtech Racing rounding out the top 10. I did say Benjamin Eck was due into the pits fairly soon, bang on lap 29. He's popped himself back in. It does look like himself and Zach Dahl are alternating the overnight splits. And do have a couple of more drivers. But yeah, it does look like these two are on the overnights. Grigori Mashin still coming through the boot complex. I don't think he's going to get past. And there is Giannone having a bit of an incident there. And he is, yep, he's well off track there. Letting the traffic come through. 259 laps single-handedly. Giannone has done so far. It's a remarkable total. In fact, 260 laps. So yeah, he is on course to breach 500 laps solo, which would be fairly incredible. I think I'm absolutely going to leave the PC running all night just so that Pitwall Live fully records this. We do have, according to this, 3 cars in the pits. But from what I can see, it is only Benjamin Eck that is in there. And it's Alex Zakdal that has taken over, so these two indeed swapping splits. Yeah, swapping the stints, sorry, for the overnights. So it will be Alex sees in the halfway mark. Loverink has closed right up onto the back of Mashin then. In fact, Loverink now in 8th, so I think Mashin's not long actually got that overtake done. He's on the wet line. The Lambo closing right in. There is one of the back markers. That's not the Honda. Oh, look at the exit that the Lambo's got there. Once again, side by side he goes up the inside. And Grigori Mashin has got very little answer there for Skylar Loverink. Phenomenal move. Once again, back up to 7th position then for Loverink. The Lambo certainly having a mixed bag over the piece, but running inside the top 10. And definitely capable of bringing home a top 5 at the moment, although Zakdal, Belotti and Schultz, I'm sure, will have something to say about that. And yeah, Loverink really getting the foot down then. Getting the overtake done. Rowdy Burns comes in to take a pit stop for FRL. I think it's roughly about time for James Williamson to jump into the car, actually, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure he is part of that team. Oh no, he's not in that one. Chris Gedman, Daniel Merchant, Ian Thompson and Neil Woodward. Which car is James in now? Oh, there he is. Car number 2. So yeah, he'll be taking over from Derek, and imagine pretty soon. But yeah, we've got 5 minutes left of the coverage. It will be restarting again. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure. It might be going on auto. It depends when James is driving. But the coverage will be restarting no later than 9 AM. I definitely know that. We're going to have James and, of course, Mr. Chromedix himself, Christian Romano, will be taking over some more of the coverage. So make sure you set your alarms to get involved for that. See how Bedemke, Fernandez and Manorm are getting on up at the front. Thank you to everyone that's been involved in the chat. Thank you to anyone that's given any follows and things this evening. Again, I don't have the full notifications on at my end, so apologies if we have missed any of those. Big thank you though to Kane. Apologies, Kane, that's me heading off shortly, mate, so no more entertainment for you, I'm afraid. We'll see if we can get someone running in Discord for you though, bud. Cheers to Cage. Who else? Well, Daniel Williamson, of course, in the comedy box. Sim Curves, Hutch in the chat, Raf was in the chat, Kieran. Cheers to everybody that got involved. Congrats to FRL for getting the event up and running in the first place, despite the servers and the game doing their best to discourage it. The drivers, I'm sure, having an absolute phenomenal time as Domenico Bellotti comes in to take his pit stop. Yep, 33 laps in, so he's managed to get a good solid stint out of his tyres. As he comes to a stop. Slightly longer stop there for the ERS team, in fact. 30 seconds longer than normal. That could be costly. Right about now, in fact, as that extra 30 seconds could be the difference between retaking 5th here. Bellotti still stationary. Let's see what his pit stop is saying. He's at 59 seconds. They were 1 minute 59. Yeah, Bellotti with a much quicker pit stop then. And that is going to be the difference. Yeah, 1 minute 16 for Bellotti's pit stop. 1 minute 59 for Zakdal's. 40-second difference, and I'll tell you, there's about 40 seconds between them on track. So if there was an issue in the Eclipse Racing car during the pit stop, that is what's left them in 5th position. So for the first time in the past 6 hours, we've seen Zakdal. Oh no, because because they came back out in 5th last time. Now they're in 6th, and that's them. Is that Schultz? Oh, he's unlapping himself. Yep, Schultz is a lap up. So Zakdal just unlapping himself. Yeah, so back out the pits in 6th position, Lovering up to 7th as Kraus comes into the pits. Again, his team going for some fairly short stints. That was only 23 laps that time. 22 on the previous stint, 27, 26, 22. So they are going for the shorter stints. They do have Fisher behind them. He's been out for 30 laps, so he is going to be coming in fairly shortly himself, to be fair. But certainly, Nod in the gang. Oh, and we've got a car down Townsend. Yeah, so let's see what's happened here then. Exit in the heel. Oh, oversteer, understeer, all of the steer except straight, and it is a quick trip onto the sidings for Townsend. So the conditions in the tyres are really starting to catch the drivers out at some points. There is the race leader though. See that rain is still absolutely falling. And there is Fisher into the pits. So yeah, Fisher comes in and Coop should catch him now. Although again, that's going to be quite close. Yeah, 11 hours, 54 minutes left of the race, all good. Might have to do some work now instead. Making you work on a Sunday, it's brutal, mate, brutal. It should be illegal. But that is all that I have time for you this evening. The race still has 11 hours, 54 minutes left to go, and there still will be plenty more coverage before the end. Let me just check that and that. Yeah, no changes in there. Yeah, but thank you to everyone that has tuned in. I hope you've enjoyed the racing action so far. Certainly for Lime Racing, it's been an enjoyable event so far, and it looks like they're going to continue their dominance up at the front. Mikel Fernandez in second place, with Manorm for Mission Spin Now in third. Then it is Mission Spin Now in fourth, with Astro Racing in fifth. We've got Eclipse Racing in sixth. Lovering in the gang in the Lamborghini in seventh place, with Grigori Mashin in 8th, Sebastian Alexander Nod for the Dog Racing Germany team in 9th, and Dan Whitehouse for Big Brain Racing in the Porsche in 10th. Then is Andreas Bier just on his outlap for Ribtech Racing in 11th, Adam Cook for Wesset Racing in 12th. Henrik Horvath for the GTR Masters team find themselves in 13th at the halfway mark, with Manuel Novak for Adweiser Racing in 14th. Robin Bysath for Mission Spin Now in 15th position. David Hill currently running for Wesset Racing in 16th, with Craig Townsend, the Big Brain Racing Aston Martin, in 17th position. Chris Jones, Eclipse Racing, 18th place. Derek Bruff for FRL in 19th, with Jordan Rose in 20th position for the Le Rohan Wululu team. Then is David Monsu for the Italian job in 21st place. Chris Gedman out on track, just started his stint. He snuck into the car. Yes, he did indeed. He's only been out a couple of laps. Did have a long pit stop though. Well, I say long, 2 minutes 8, that's quite long. And this one, and Luca Giannone, 264 laps in. He's done this whole thing solo. 19 trips into the pits so far for Luca. I'd imagine there's going to be quite a few more, given that he's doing this one solo, so best of luck to him. especially, and of course best of luck to the rest of the racers. Make sure you hit that follow button and click to switch on notifications so you get notified when the broadcast and the race resumes. But enjoy the rest of the coverage if you are watching as one of the teams on board. Keep those drivers motivated, and the FRL coverage will resume very shortly. My name is John Wright, also known as, of course, Double O Raven. Thanks to everyone that's taken part this evening. And yeah, enjoy the broadcast when it resumes. Until we meet again, stay safe and have a great rest of your evening. Good night.